Hello, everyone. Welcome to West Coast Wednesday. Here we are. Yay!
Crochet hooks at the ready.
Yes. Oh, hold on. Okay. How about YarnDoll? My hooking project are in here. Hello, everyone. Welcome to West Coast Wednesday. And we are joined today with a very special guest, Mary from Blessed to Crochet. Oh my goodness. Hi everyone. Steve from Harnell Media and Adele and Mary Jones and Noe Makes Things with Yarn and Jerry. Thank you, Jerry. He's popping up everybody, Jamie and Little Lego and Susan and Ravina, Candy Elise, the struggle is real. Doris, hi Doris. Great to see you. And Madison Ray, hello. Joe Speakman. Oh, Joe S. She's now Joe S. And I'm Jerry, you're going so fast, but thank you, babe. Darcia White. I see Sadie Wadey over on Mary's side.
Yeah.
And we have Nisi from Freehandly Made. Hi, sweetie. Thank you. Thank you so much for renewing your membership, Nisi. And also Oodles and Caboodles of Crafts. And what else do we have? Oh, Stitching on a Hill with Diana. Thank you. Thank you guys for renewing your membership. I'm going to boop up a little quick thank you video. Or should I just do my normal day? Well, we're going to do both.
I was here going like this.
Yeah. Who doesn't want to dance with the fluffy-tailed squirrel?
Of course. I recently did a new intro and an outro on my channel. I have a dear friend of mine. He's like an uncle to me, and he is blind and does amazing at the piano. Of course, he can't do that anymore. But he did songs, and so two of his songs, I'm so proud of being me, and I Got You Covered, I've put into my intro and outro, and I'm so excited because
that is really cool that you got some original music.
I'm his number one fan, Scott Thompson. And I was so excited because I had an album that he did back in 1968, and I thought I had lost it. I'd given it to him to actually put onto a CD, and he had a house fire and he lost everything, and I lost it. And guess what? I found it, and it's on my way. And we all know, those that know, but Alfonso is going to put it on a way that I can listen to it, and I'm so excited.
That is
I played that album to death.
So cool.
Yeah.
Hi, Kate Henderson and Lisa Nissen Vlogs and Maritza. Hola. And again, hello to Steve, my sponsor. Sorry, you guys, I'm a little behind. I don't know why I wasn't thinking of this earlier. I did not grab the link for Mary from Blessed to Crochet to put her at the top. We are, again, here working to get help Mary get her channel to the full monetization is the ultimate goal.
Yes. Yep. There's a special reason why. Eventually, we'd like for the funds from the monetization to actually go to my husband, who needs a diabetic service dog. That cost about $15,000 to $20,000. So that's one of the ultimate goals that we'd like to be able to do.
Wow!
So welcome everybody.
Oh, that is I really want to help you get there. That is an awesome mission statement.
Yeah. Well, we could go through an agency privately. However, the one that's private will make us get rid of our other dog, who's a short superstar on our channel, and we don't want to do that. So we have to go through privately so they can train both dogs, so they can live nicely together. Hi, Doris. Hi, Paula. Hi, everybody. Samantha. Hi, Moan. Hi, Mr. YarnDoll. Am I getting everybody? Welcome, welcome, welcome. This is a real special treat. Hi, Sharon. And Susan and Regina.
Sorry, guys. I'm here. Regina Layfield. Hello, hun. And yes, Susan Burke. And my dear Adele. Hello. And KB Crochet. And then who else? JB's Crochet Amber will be here in about a month. I need to get better about so many things. We're not here for that. We're here for the yarn. We're here for the yarn and talk about projects. And Mary has brought projects. And
you don't have enough on your plate, do you? I don't know how you do it all. I really don't.
Well, if you've noticed, I haven't been as hot and heavy in the YouTube streets as I like to be because my body has said, girl, you need to take a rest. And I've been listening to that.
I know the feeling.
And dear Samantha, are you on my side? I believe you are. Oh, maybe not. Oh, okay. Yes, nope, you're on Mary's side. You guys, please remember to hit that thumbs up. It really does help the channel. It lets YouTube know that you like us and that you will be back. And if you are on my side, please go over to Mary's. I have pinned her link at the top of the chat. Hi, Mouse's Crochet. Hello, hello. Thank you, Doris. Thank you so much. It's so good to see you. No, I really have been missing everybody though. It's hard. But yeah, my schedule's a little bit upside down, but if you can ask Mr. YarnDoll hiding in the basement. I really have been sleeping quite a bit for, I don't know, just tired.
I did that today.
So we are as rested as we can be to be here.
Yes.
And I have been working on my Steve shawl. Actually, I am super excited to get done with. I don't want to get done actually. Now I don't want to, I wanted to finish it and now I'm on my last row. I'm gonna go big for just a half a second. I'll show you guys.
This is so pretty.
Thank you. So this is my first ever time using beads, and I have 2 rows of beads, and now I'm ready to put the 3rd row of beads on here. So they look a little, okay, they look a lot different on camera, the beads. They are like a iridescent, and I can show you, oh no. And Jerry, I think this is another link that we need to put in the description box for people to find if they want to. But I used, okay, not that one. I used these 2. And yes, you guys, I recycle my containers. So I'm using a cinnamon jar.
They'll smell nice when they come out.
Actually, they do. And I think cinnamon has all kinds of good stuff. Oh, Margie, I'm sorry to hear that, hon. Margie says, hi, everyone. I'm dealing with a migraine and my back is acting up. Oh, Elizabeth says, that's lovely. I will take it. This was a lot more challenging than I thought it would be. For me, I'm not speaking for anyone else, just myself. and I'll show you why in just a second, but I want to show you the gradient of beads that I'm using. Now, these came in a bag, so I put them in this jar because they came in a bag, but the tubes, these came in tubes, like so. And I'm thinking I'm going to go to this color next into the, it actually goes from black to gray. If you can see, there's the gray, like so. Yeah, I like that. But I love options, you know. It's a women's prerogative to change her mind. And if I choose to go,
Absolutely.
I have this color. So I haven't exactly made up my mind yet, which is why I ended up putting this down and taking a nap. But no, I like the other one. My spooky soul likes this darker color. I think yes. Because the gradient of the purples. Yes. We're going to go with that. So that is where we are at with the shawl. And thank you guys. Thank you.
So
I wish
pretty.
I was able to make some more for, you know, maybe eventually when I get more of it like repertoire. I don't know. I don't want to say inventory, but you know, when I've been doing things for a while, I might be able to be willing to part with something in the future. But for now, I need to show you guys stuff. You know, my new inside joke is, does she even crochet? Because we sit here and we talk and we hang out and we chit chat, and I feel like I don't show anything. I don't show yarn. I don't show. Um, I don't know. I don't. I don't show what I'm making. Like, does she even crochet?
But Don, there's so many channels out there that everybody can go to for that. There's so many that this is needed in the yarning community, just to see people sitting and chit chatting and talking and sharing stuff, and you know, it's needed within the yarning community.
Thank you, Mary. Yes, that's what I'm really excited and happy that Mary was able to join us, and thank you for waiting. Yes, because I've been trying to book as many people as I can, and there's only so many Wednesdays a month. We do have a lot of time to chit chat when we are working on projects, and we want to provide safe spaces for people to share. And Granny D, hello, sweetheart. Oh, we have a friend in the basement.
Hello,
Everybody,
darling.
hello,
Hi,
sweetheart.
Granny. How
Hello,
are you?
ladies. How are y'all?
Happy to see you. How are you?
Doing well.
Good.
Yeah. Thank
It's
you.
great to see you at home, honey. It's really
Oh,
great.
it's good to be home. It'll be even better once my girls and some buddies come help me clean up this mess I've made. This room is a little more organized than the rest of the places. Looks like a tornado ripped through it. Woo! With yarn and projects everywhere. But this too shall pass.
Well,
Yeah.
what are you currently working on since you've got
Well, now, I was doing that one crochet shawl that I always did, just double crochets and chains. And now this one's just double crochets too, but it's the Agatha's Reading Shawl by Ophelia Talks. Just love it. You saw my ugly one, didn't you? This yarn. Oh my gosh.
It's not your favorite?
I call this my ugly shawl. The shawl, the pattern's great, but this yarn, oh my gosh. I mean,
It's retro. It'll all come back into style at one point.
it's crazy.
It's beautiful.
Kind of looks like a fiesta. Might be good to wear on Cinco de Mayo or something like that. But But what I do like about it is how it is, it's like a half hexagon. So it's not pointy in the back. It's straight across, which keeps your whole back warm. Your side meat don't be hanging out.
Yes, keep those kidneys warm for sure.
That's right. Yeah. So I'm just doing that in a lot of different yarns.
Okay.
And I am making another do-rag with, this is kitchen cotton, so it's thick, but I'm going to use this Premier, what's it called? It left me. I don't
Premium
know.
is a lot.
But it's a sport weight, so it's great. And it's like half cotton and half acrylic.
Oh.
Can't think of it.
Paula Mulford, thank you, sweetheart. Good night and sweet dreams, my dear. Paula Mulford says, I'm going to get ready for bed. Love you all. Love you too, sweetie. I know you had a long
Make it an early night. I've got to drive about 45 minutes to my pain clinic in the morning. And my brother goes to the eye doctor about his shingles. He has it up here on his whole forehead, and his right eye was just totally swollen shut. But today, now I took him to the doctor on Monday, but and they were supposed to get him an eye doctor, an appointment, an urgent or emergency appointment with the eye doctor. Well, from Monday to Thursday, I don't think that's too urgent on their part, but and that's not even his eye doctor. It's just somebody, Well, it's another eye doctor, but so my daughter Hannah, she's been in Michigan at some music concert camp out deal. I think it's called Electric Forest. But she got home in the wee hours yesterday morning, so she's going to take him. So she'll take him in the morning to Salisbury, and I'll be heading in the other direction to do my pain clinic thing. I get to pee in a cup for them.
Hi, Auntie Beth. Auntie Beth said she had it on her face as well. Oh, no.
What's that, shingles?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I've never had them. They say they're awful painful, and I just can't imagine them on your face.
Yeah, Regina.
Now, Ed's had it one time in his lips. He had the biggest, nicest lips because he was thin-lipped like me, too. And I was just kissing his lip. And somebody said, "You're crazy. They're contagious." But Mishi says it's not contagious. Some people say they are, some not. I haven't Googled it.
Because it's something that you, well, so
I think I think she's, if the blisters are oozing, which is our
disclaimer, guys. Sorry, not medical advice. we're not medical professionals.
Right. Yeah.
Life experience, sharing our life experience.
Thank you,
yeah, I know that if you had shingles or if you had chickenpox as a child, because to get it as an adult is very dangerous.
Yeah, I had never heard they're dangerous. I just had heard they're really painful.
Well, as a chickenpox as an adult.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Can be life-threatening.
Yeah, Mom said I was one big pock. I was one big sore.
So it doesn't guarantee that you will get shingles. It just means that
it's possible.
It's possible. Yeah, it's possible. So,
I guess if you didn't get chickenpox as a kid, you don't get shingles, right?
Yes, exactly. That's what I was trying to say. I think maybe that's again why it's not as contagious, because it's something that lays dormant in your body, and it's not like actively seeking out. I don't know. Again, not medical advice. Not just.
Thankfully, I had chickenpox.
I'm just concerned because I did have chickenpox, because when I was growing up, that was the thing. They even called them pox parties, and they would take all the kids to.
Yeah, because they wanted to go ahead and get them and be,
Yes.
I've never heard pox parties, but
Neither did I.
That's what they called them when I was like, well, we're talking 1980s.
that's funny. Pox
yeah.
party. I remember having the measles as a kid and having to wear sunglasses in the house, like to watch TV.
Oh.
I've
I
never
guess
had measles.
something about light in your eyes or something. Blind. What, Mary?
I've never had measles. That's one thing. I'd had chickenpox, but I never had measles.
Lisa's saying she can't get the shingles vaccine until she's in her 60s. I've heard that they were offering that here in my area, at least to people in their
See, I haven't had, I don't guess Randy had a shot for it, my brother, but, and I haven't had it. Now that he's got it, I'm thinking I should get it, or should I get it?
Hi, Candace. And Mom's Ashley was here. Sorry. Yes, Granny D. I
guess I'd call CVS and ask them about it. I need to get my pneumonia vaccine.
Yeah, that's definitely a case by case, I think, basis.
Right.
Margie's gonna go get some rest. Okay, sweetheart, you rest well. Hello, Adventure Life Nova. Welcome in. And Janet G had shingles in your 20s, and it was horrible. Oh, sweetheart, I'm so sorry. Adventures with Beth is saying it is contagious. Yeah, Granny D was just saying to a certain degree it can be, depending on how.
Well, I just heard from one person that it was, or several people that it was, and then Mishi said nope, not. So I don't know.
And Mishi works in the medical industry, so that's
yeah. I kind of figured she ought to know.
Yes, she ought to know.
If anybody's ever looking for this, I got it on Amazon. I use it. I use just a little dab, but if they're ever looking for glue, because I always just take my little ends and I just do a little dab of glue so they don't move. This stuff is awesome.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Let me make it big.
What is it?
It's this.
B7000.
Oh, I've heard of E.
Yes.
600.
It's similar to that, but look at, you can see the tip is like really small, so it gets really in there.
Mm-hmm.
And it makes
Does it have a little something that pokes down in there to keep it from getting dried in the end?
Yeah, it has this little thing right there.
Okay.
And it's just
like a little pin that sticks down in there.
Yep. And I use it on I use it on these. I use it on my soap caddies that we sell. And these go in the shower and the washer, and the glue never comes away. And
that's good.
I've
used I can't remember is it Eileen's fabric glue?
Yes.
I've used that and it seems to work okay. Because where did you get that glue?
On Amazon. I don't care what I do. I don't care where I try to sew in the ends. They always come out. So I always have it, and I just put it there, and it just stays. And I don't worry about them popping out where they should be. I
usually go up one way, down, then
it
back
doesn't
up.
matter.
It still comes out.
It still comes out. I knot my stuff, but I use this, and
stays put. Huh?
It stays put. It's not terribly hard. I don't use a lot, just a little bit, or like the little ends. You know, they knot them. You know, so they're knotted, and then I'll just, if I come across one, I'll take a little bit of glue just to make sure that even though the manufacturer knot's pretty steady, that it's not going to come undone. Just to make sure, and I'll just.
I never trust manufacturers' knots. I take them apart and do my little magic knot.
I do that too, but this is just an extra little precaution. I'll do that, and then I'll just go ahead and go, okay, let's just
make it doubly sure.
Yep. Just take a little bit of glue. But this is one that I'm working on right now.
Please show us, because everyone's asking, what are you gluing with it?
Well, I use it on everything I crochet gets glued. But
like the ends, when you weave in your ends.
Yeah. Weave in my ends or the manufacturer knots. I'll take them and put a little glue just so I make sure that they're not going anywhere. But it is going to be a dinosaur. You see the dinosaur eggs?
Yes.
Aww.
And then there's the start of the dinosaur. So I'm making this for a friend of mine who has a son with autism. So all 4 corners are going to have the autism awareness colors.
Beautiful.
Oh, and they'll probably really like the texture.
Yes.
To feel.
So I use this thing. I use the glue on everything. Not in knots when I get done. Manufacturer knots. I do the knots so that one end goes and you go like this. And I'll put some in the middle and go like this. So that way I know it's not going anywhere.
Right.
I don't want it to go anywhere.
Sounds like a plan.
Yep. That little tip helps you to keep control of it so you're not putting tremendous amount on.
Oh, yeah. Auntie Mama. Hey, girl, hey. Inside, everybody.
The lady I get those patterns from is on ST. Gleefully, GLEEFULLY crochet. Crocheting, I think it is. And that's where I get my patterns from.
Sorry, Shirley, I was muted for a second because Jerry came up to ask me about the chat. Hi, Zach. Zach's Crafts and More. And I didn't want us talking over Mary while she was explaining.
Are you loving having Jerry there?
Of course I am. We're like an old married couple, you guys. It's
wonderful. YT romance.
Yeah,
I was shocked. Do you know Denisha?
Yes.
My buddy Denisha?
Yes.
She got married this weekend. Who knew?
Oh, well.
She talked about meeting a fella months ago, and then I never heard anything else about it. Now all of a sudden she's married. I'm what?
Yeah, that's wonderful. How sweet of I did.
Yeah, it is. I'm tickled for her.
Yeah. Hi, Auntie Mama's Kitchen and Shirley Bain and Zach. I said hello, honey, and Arrow Lover. Hi, and Janet G. Did you see Janet G's question? Mary, ends in my knitting drive me crazy. Can you use it on wool and synthetics?
Unfortunately, I sure you could. You can use it on any fabric. Unfortunately, I can't touch wool. I can only touch acrylic and cotton and bamboo. I can't touch wool. I can't touch any animal stuff.
I love making bags out of wool.
So, I haven't tried it.
And then felting them. That's so much fun.
Mary, I found that I think I've narrowed it down. If I use a superwash merino, I don't have a problem. It's the acrylic wool blends. So I've been using some of these Lion Brand, like this Lion Brand Scarfie and the Amazing. I like the yarns. They're nice to work with, but my eyes get really puffy and swollen, and I do get itchy.
I get these
Scarfie.
I get little things on me all over the place, and they're itchy, and they're not fun.
No, it's not.
So it's not worth it to me.
Yeah, it's like hives, and it does take some time for it to work its way out of my system. It seems like I need a few days for it to clear up.
Yes, but Scarfie only has 20% wool.
I have it right here. Yes, you're correct. 22% wool, 78% acrylic, and I was very surprised. I can hold it and be fine, but it's working with it, and as soon as I cut it, that's when it causes the irritation. But I made this out of the Scarfie yarn for our friend over at Heart of Orion Jewelry, Cliff, and this is Deadpool Bunny, because he wanted Deadpool character, inspired Deadpool character. So I made Deadpool Bunny for him. And so the inside joke is, you guys, do you even know what Deadpool looks like? Because behind the scenes, I think, or was it on his live? Where were we? I don't remember now. Hi, Kelly Campbell. Welcome in. And hey, Steve. Shouts out to Hardnail Media for sponsoring my website. Hopefully we'll talk about that in a little bit. But yes, thank you, Nightbot. Nightbot is dropping Misty's Cottage right on time. Home of the Sun Bunny, you guys. Misty's Cottage every Sunday. Sun Bunny Sunday. So I do have another one here made with the other Lion brand. The Lion brand Amazing that I showed you. And that is also, oh, that's 53% wool, 47.
Yeah, that's got a lot of wool. I love that yarn. It's been discontinued for a long time, but I love finding that when I can get it for a decent price. What colorway was that? Do you remember?
Wildflowers.
Ah.
That's this one. She's made of the wildflowers. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And so I've been in bunny production, you guys. I've also made 2. Whoopsie.
I haven't even made the first one yet, but want to.
But we can see your somebody right there. You've got
it's my somebody. I forgot what we named him. It's my squirrel. Rusty is my son bunny. Oh, those are cute.
Thank you.
What yarn is that?
This was this one, which is also discontinued. The Red Heart.
Oh, yeah. I remember seeing that
one. And then this one is the I Love This Yarn from YarnDoll.
Oh, yeah.
This was my Sun Bunny. I've mailed it off. This was my first one.
Gotta blow you up. Can you blow the picture up?
Oh, it's beautiful.
Zoom in.
I love the color.
I even gave him a bow tie.
Oh, that's cute.
Oh, I love it.
I sent that to Mrs. C and I said, hey, give him a bow tie.
So cute.
Yeah. And
yes,
I have on blessing through connection. I've started putting channels over on that channel, just like your channels on there and other people's channels I want to be adding to, that people can go over and look through the playlists that are on there to find channels that they may really enjoy visiting, just to support and help grow people's channels.
Good.
Is that linked in your channel, Blessed to Crochet?
I'm just popping it right now.
Oh, okay, awesome.
But it's Blessing Through Connection.
I'm going so I can grab that link and put it on my side.
Yeah. So I've got yours, and I'm just adding people's into the playlist so that they can go and we can have tons of playlists over there for people to go, oh, I want to check this channel out and that channel.
It doesn't cost anything to be a subscriber.
No, it doesn't.
It's
I'm just trying to give back.
Exactly. Yes,
Yeah.
I love that. Oh, yeah. All right, there we go. We are friends over there now. Thank you for sharing, and I am going.
I think you'll see, Dawn, I put a playlist of it's just like 1 or 2 videos that go in there so that people can go, oh, this is a channel I may want to check out. Oh, I want to check out this channel. Because my description on my videos are getting longer and longer because I want to shout out to everybody, but I don't want to mix them in with my stuff, our stuff, and get people confused. So I want to make sure that I can send them someplace and say, hey, these are channels that we're supporting and that are great. But it's going to take a while to build the playlist over there, but we'll do it.
Understandable. And that's really a great idea to have one dedicated channel to that. We're just a hodgepodge of everything around here. Hi, Meezy. Hi, Chris's Kaleidoscope. Thank you, guys. And Deborah Richardson. Oh, that's awesome. And Kelly. Hi, Meezy. Hello. Looks like we're getting a Mishi raid. Thank you, Raiders. Thank you, Mishi, for sending our friends over after the members only. If you guys have not seen, Mishi does a members only live over at Mishi's Crochet Nook.
I'm always missing stuff.
I know, hon. I know. That's why I try to stay on top of the calendar that it is provided on my
Yeah,
website.
try to set alarms for
Right.
things. Put down
Yes.
what the alarm's for, or I will forget it.
Right.
Alarms will be going off, and I'll be going, where am I supposed to be?
Last night, Jerry and I were having dinner, and we're hearing this beeping sound, and we're both looking at each other like the beeping is coming from inside the house, but we don't know what it is. And we're like, what is that? It was the refrigerator. It wasn't closed all the way. And,
Oh, must have
and,
a
and
smart refrigerator.
yes, Jerry has a smart refrigerator because he needs help. He needs help. We all need help remembering.
My daughter, our youngest, Hannah,
Yeah.
Huh?
she was telling me all the features that they have. It's amazing.
Last night about 5:00, my daughter called me, and she's working one job, and then she was going to her next job for 2 days. She called me and she was going, Mom, I'm just so overwhelmed. And she was talking about something, and she goes, I just really feel like Sloppy Joe's. And it was like 5:00. I'm like, yeah, I can do that in time. So I got turkey out of the freezer and put together that and threw it in the crock pot. And she worked till 10. She works, her second job is with dogs. So she gets to go have fun with dogs all day long. She loves it in the evening. And so we got in the car about 8:30 with her dog, which is Mocha on my channel. It's our grand dog that's on our channel. And we dropped off and surprised her at work. And she goes, I can't believe you're here. And I'm like, yeah, I've got dinner for you in the car.
Oh, yeah.
I
Aww.
brought her Sloppy Joe mix, and I brought her chicken. And I said, this way you don't have to worry about meals. She goes, oh my gosh, Mom, thank you so much. I'm like, you may be married and grown, but you're still my kid.
Hey, everybody can use that kind of
Yeah.
loving.
Yeah. She is. She's pretty amazing. She has a passion for dogs. She loves dogs.
That's great. I have to say, God blessed me with 2 wonderful daughters and 2 wonderful granddaughters. I just don't get to see the eldest enough, and my grandbabies are in Florida, and I'm in North Carolina. So it's about twice a year, but we do FaceTime some.
Well, I just told my daughter, just said to her now husband, my mom won't be far. So that was just going to be it.
Mm-hmm.
But she's my only one. And, and both myself have disabilities, and I'm not really able to drive. And my husband is disabled, and my mother's, elderly, and she lives with us. And so there's
Is your
not a lot of
husband able
people.
to drive?
He can drive, but there's just not a lot of family on my side. He has a huge side. So his family's in Cincinnati, and we can get there in about 3 hours.
That's good.
But she is adult, but she's high functioning autistic. And so I thought, she's like, I don't think I can move up there and have no support and no family. So it was like, well, we'll just move.
That's my youngest. She, I always suspected, because she had a thing with, she'd do certain gestures and stuff, and I didn't know what stimming was back then, but now that's what I know that it was. And she always had a fear of like balloons, fireworks, stuff like that with the loud noises. She was really introverted. She's a wonderful artist and went to college for studio art, but ended up getting her master's in library science. And that is the perfect job for her because she's always been a book lover, and she can use her art degree also with the displays and different stuff. And she loves her job. So,
Well, my daughter is so good with dogs. I mean, she's after her service animal passed away, she was like, Mom, I need a dog now. Get me one now. I can't live without a dog. And she's fostered several dogs. And they came from shelters, just the hard luck dogs that just got a rough shot in life. And
yeah.
just gave them a lot of love and a lot of caring and turned their life around. And
but she just fosters. I mean, not just fosters, or does she have?
She fostered 3. We fostered Buddy, which he lived with us for 9 months, and then we became his forever family because he passed away, unfortunately. But had the best last 9 months of his life. And then we had another one named Nyla, who was actually came to us in hospice care, who was she was just a sweetheart of a dog. And then she got adopted after we kind of got her back to health a little bit, and she was given to a home that had 2.5 years. Best, she had her own Instagram page, Nyla, and this dog was called Nyla Doodles. My husband named that. So she has an Instagram page called Nyla Doodles. And then we had Hunter, which she had for 4 months. And then we got Mocha, which she couldn't give up after that. It was like, Mom, I want Mocha. So Mocha is her dog, but she can't have her right now. So we're caring for her.
Okay.
But Mocha came from a tough spot. People need to realize that those that, you don't have to go in and get all the dogs that need medical needed treatment. You can just have dogs that need to come into a family situation, or the shelters need a better idea of what their personality is. They're just done. They're tired. They've had enough of the shelter. They just need a home life. They don't have to have major medical issues. And a lot of shelters will do that. They'll provide food or medical care. And I know it's hard to let these dogs go, but you're doing something really good, because, at the end of it, unfortunately, we didn't find Buddy his forever home, but he became our dog at the very end.
Yeah.
And he got lots of loving, and he was awesome. And I'm glad we could, give him a better end in life than he started with. That was for sure.
Right. That means a lot.
Yep.
Well, and I feel that animals choose you. We don't choose them. So they come into our life for a reason.
I'd love to have I've always been a dog person. I mean, I like kitties too, but I've always been more of a dog person. I love chihuahuas, little dogs. But because I'm handicapped with, being able to walk and stuff, and when I was married, we had a large fenced in our whole backyard was fenced in, and that was just, perfect. So the dogs stayed inside while we were home, but when we got home from work and stuff, they came in. But of course they went out when they had to go. But that was just perfect. But I don't have that here, so. Well, I'd love to get a kitty, but I hate litter boxes.
Buddy was about ready to be put down, and Christina just needed it. She's like, I can't live without a dog. And we went to the shelter, and it was just like, it wasn't, when you go into a shelter environment, it's often not like this quick connect, because these dogs are so overwhelmed. But we took him, and
the problem is I want to take them all home.
I know. And we gave him the 9 months. The problem was that he needed a very specific home, because we had to even practice hugging. We couldn't hug. We had to hug and let him know that nobody was going to hurt him.
Right.
So even just hugging made him upset. We couldn't roughhouse. Like, there was a family that wanted him, but they had several boys. And I said, that's fine, but when they're going to roughhouse, he needs to go in his crate. Not that he's going to hurt anybody, but it's just too
scary for him.
Yes. So we had to practice hugging, where we could hug each other and he wasn't going to start barking and thinking that somebody was going to hit each other. So, these dogs just need a little bit more TLC. We had Hunter for 4 months. We had Nyla for 2 months. She couldn't even go down the stairs when we first got her. You could see all her ribs. It was just unbelievable.
Oh my gosh. I'd love to have my youngest granddaughter has what do they call them? Ragdoll kitties that they're just limp. You pick them up, they just flop. I love that kitty. I want one of those. I have to get over my litter box thing.
But I always thought that you required you to have a dog that had medical issues. But it wasn't necessarily that. It was like, I didn't know you could go rescue a dog out of a shelter that just needed to get out of the environment of the shelter because they were just done for a while.
Mm-hmm.
So is that's part of the foster program you were talking about?
Yeah, they have that, which is...
So they're acclimated to the home environment,
yes.
in a house routine and people, and not
exactly
just confined
to
yes.
Trying to find Buddy for a minute. Buddy, where are you?
So you showed the soap savers a little bit. Did you want to tell a little bit more about your soap savers that you have?
Yeah, I will.
She's counting, guys. Sorry, my fault.
No, I'm not counting. I'm trying to find... Where's Buddy? I'm trying to find Buddy.
Oh, even better. Yes. Sorry.
I'm trying to find Buddy. So
Rebecca Gomes has a Chihuahua, a 12-year-old Chihuahua baby. Oh, ours are 12. Well, Jerry's that I've now inherited are 12 years old also. And
they both are? Both your dogs?
Yes. They're a few months apart.
I didn't realize they were that old.
Yes.
This was Buddy.
Oh,
they still get around well, Tom?
Yes.
This was Buddy. That was probably after
lab?
No, he was a hound pit.
Oh.
That was Buddy.
He looks like a lab, though. He does.
I had a couple of labs.
This was Nyla when we first got her. That was Nyla. You could see how skinny she was.
Oh,
that was Nyla.
She's so sweet.
She was able to get some meat on her. But this was my daughter with Nyla right before she went to her forever home.
Oh.
And then trying to see if this was Hunter. This was a dog that literally they couldn't even put in the shelter. They had to put it in the window because he couldn't handle the shelter. That was Hunter. That was probably about 3 months into his care.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm thinking seriously about a kitty. So I'm home always except for that week in the summer when we go to Gatlinburg. Family vacay's coming up July 17th.
Oh, wow.
And I'll get to see Be Creative Pam.
Nice. Yeah.
I got to see her last year.
Right.
She's so sweet.
I hope you get to spend more time together this
we
year.
will. Last time we just kind of met up at the spinnery and it was just so hot. I think everybody was just kind of done in.
Yeah.
But we'll make sure we do a lunch or something. Or they can just come back to our place and hang out for a while. Or there's a really cute little Irish pub in the village that's right there, like not even a block from where we stay. That would be cool to go hang out. I can't have alcoholic beverages, but I can.
And that's Mocha.
Have a Pepsi. Oh.
That's the current one. That's that face.
That's a big baby too.
Yes. Yes. So that's Mocha. But these are, I don't have the pattern. I'm not selling the pattern, but we do sell these. These are the soap savers. They make great gifts. And I found a place that does Amish farm soap. And so sometimes I'll order that and just offer it just as like like $2 a bar. It's what it costs me, but it's great soap. They're nice big bars of soap. But it's made out of cotton, and you just put the soap in, and then once you get done, you throw it in the wash and you start all over again.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm doing a big one for some people that are going on a cruise. We can do them for people that are having baby showers. Put your gender reveal into a soap saver, or a wedding favor. Do your wedding colors, or a bridal party.
Yeah.
Birth, gifts. Great gifts to this and a bar of soap, and you got a gift. I remember when I was working at jewelry, somebody said, have yourself like a gift closet where you have little gifts that if somebody comes to your house and they're bringing a covered dish, or they're bringing something, or they're stopping by, or you have a birthday that weekend and you need something, you go to your gift closet and pull out a gift and have something at the ready.
What a great idea. I like to have washcloths or dishcloths or dish towels or hand towels, or like hostess gifts or anything like you're talking about.
This is another one I'm working on. I don't know if I can show it all, but this is another one.
Oh, that's beautiful.
This is a commission temperature blanket that I'm
nice.
So wow. I do crochet. I just don't do it on camera. So that's
what is that, woven?
No, it's the moss stitch, I think.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I have little tips that I found when doing a temperature blanket. This color here is one of this is for a wedding. I did one for my daughter and my son-in-law that do their first year of marriage. And I did a temperature blanket. And this color is the groom's birth date. And when it's her birth date, I'll put that in. But the mother is doing this for her daughter. This is their first year of marriage.
Wow, nice.
All done.
That's a neat idea.
Yes.
So with the moss stitch, are you
I think it's the moss stitch.
Alternating the colors to get the...
No, it's the temperatures, whatever the temperature is.
Okay. I'm used to seeing people do just one solid row for that.
Yeah, it's one solid row for each one. And like, let me see if I can do, like, this is the colors that I'm using for it.
Okay, that's beautiful. The color palette.
The color palette plus the birthdays.
Oh,
now see, when I did the way, and I did a little thing on my channel to talk about my little tips I found, is I just get like the blank calendar sheets, like here.
Yeah.
And I will go through Weather Underground and put down the temperature. And then I go to the computer and I enter them in per whatever the temperature is.
Like a spreadsheet kind of thing.
With a table. And then like I have it where I have like the colors, what the colors are going to be for that time period, so that I can see what the color layout's going to be.
So it gives you
the entire month
to follow.
Yeah. And then I'll just check it off as I'm going down. And then when I send this, I will send them this in like a little binder. That's kind of their key to see every day of what the temperature was going to be like.
Mm-hmm.
That is so smart.
It's the easiest way to do. I just print out 12, whatever your temperature is from one, and I print out enough of these blank ones, and I just put the temperature on it, and then I move it to this.
That is an awesome idea.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And I'm going to figure out how to do this too. This is another ambition of mine. How many projects do we all have, right? And we don't remember what I know I have. Usually I use a 5, and a lot of these I use a 5, so I don't have to worry about that. But we have
forget the hook.
Forget what size hook. So what I'm gonna, these come from Hobby Lobby, but
I make
we're gonna,
stitch markers, or I used
Yeah.
to, that
You
had the
know,
number on it.
I'm planning to do this eventually, is have our own, but and I'd like to be able to take these, which I just got off of Amazon, and actually get the wood
Right size on there.
and be able to put like paint pour them and put the size on them and be able to offer these.
Yeah.
But then you take these and you put it on your stitch marker,
Mm-hmm.
and you don't forget what size hook you're using.
Right.
Yes. Yes. Then you don't have to have so
And
many.
then you just take this and you go like this, and you go, okay, what was it when I went back to it?
Right. Right. So it can go on any stitch marker. You don't need to find that
Yes.
specific stitch marker.
And so,
Really?
yeah, these were just little tick tags on Amazon, but I want to actually get ones that are wood and be able to, I know how to paint pour and just lay them out and paint pour, and then use my Cricut and put all the numbers for everybody. So they look pretty, because these don't look very pretty. And then I can at least offer that. And then you guys, you know, they could put them on their stitch markers with the size hook. And then all those projects that you go, what size hook was I using?
It's also a good idea to put like the name of the pattern too, because sometimes if you don't have the pattern with it.
Yeah. So this is
unless you do like I do and do the same thing all the time.
Yeah, but I think I'm in like almost to the end of January, and this is due by Christmas.
Okay, so I saw Shirley Bean ask the same question. One row is that day, because it has it, but you have it. It looks like it's a little bit checkerboard.
It is what it ends up doing for this pattern. And if you go to my temperature blanket, I have the pattern that I got it from. What it ends up doing is, to me, almost kind of looks like, you know, up and down kind of a little bit. So see, the white one is always the first of the month, the month break. And then you're going like here and then back here, back and forth.
Okay.
All the way through. So it's kind of like, this is the beginning of the month. You know, this is hard to do when you're trying to figure out the camera, right? This is the beginning of the month. Then you're going this way up. Then you're going to this next one. And you're going kind of back, almost kind of the way that you think of the way a temperature goes up and down.
All right. Okay.
You know,
that makes a lot more sense.
If you go on my channel, you'll see temperature tips that I made, and I put the pattern in there. So here's this one. Then I'm going to go up to the blue one here. Then you're going to go up to here, and then back and forth all the way up.
Oh, okay. I see.
And what it does is, you have to realize you're doing 375 of these rows. I mean, this is it's a longer blanket anyway, but it doesn't make it so long. And I don't know what I do with single crochets, but usually my blankets, if I don't have something like this to check and make sure at the end I have 2 stitches, I seem to add stitches onto my single crochets. I don't know what I do. So I'm always in check with this, because you have this row, or you know that you have to have those 2 ending stitches. So it's always a check mark. And then what I do with the fringes is I just knot them, put a little glue on them, cut them as best I can, and then there's fringes up and down. I don't even sew on all these ends.
So it gives it a cool fringe border with all the different colors.
Yep. I couldn't imagine having to sew all those ends in.
No, I'm not. I take, you know, these 2 of them and knot them together and just keep moving down. And that's all I'll do. So it comes with a really cool design when it gets done.
So I like moss stitch, especially with like self-striping yarns. It really comes out looking pretty cool. I had it like this. This is
It's been very intimidating seeing temperature blankets, so I haven't attempted, but I love your method. What do you got, Granny D?
This is Yarn Bee Soft and Sleek, and it's a mess because I just had it tossed around. But the self-striping yarns come out so cool with moss stitch, I think. Isn't that a cool look?
That is.
And it looks the same on both sides.
That's really pretty.
Yeah, I just like it with, and I love this yarn too. It's real squishy.
And what are you making with that?
Squishy, squishy. I was just messing around with it, see what it looks like. It'll probably be a rectangular wrap. Something easy.
Yeah, Kelly says I started taking pictures of the WIP with the hook and add notes for the description of the picture. That is very helpful.
That's a great idea.
You're just going to have to believe me, but I do have around here somewhere a binder that I will put the label inside and a clipping of the yarn, and if not a picture, just a written note of what it is, so I could have
a great idea too.
Yeah, because we make these things and then we give them away, and that's why my joke is, does she even crochet? Because I give mostly everything that
a lot of times we forget to take pictures before we give them away.
So I don't know. What did I did a lot of stuff, but what did I do? I don't know.
Yeah, you get stuff done, girl.
Thank you. Well,
you're a machine. I just start a bunch of stuff. But I have been a little bit better. I got better, because I only took a few projects with me to the nursing home while I was there. So I actually got a shawl finished within, I think it was like 3 weeks, because I wanted to give it to a lady there.
One of the helpers?
Residents. She lived there.
Oh, one of the residents. Okay, I thought you made one.
And I know her daughter married. Her daughter is my cousin-in-law, but I call her outlaw. She married my cousin, so I said we were outlaws. But yeah, I got close to Miss Wanda's mom, and that's who I gave the shawl to. And she's like 85 or 6, and she looks great, but her memory's totally gone. So they would ask, I said I needed a t-shirt that says, I'm making a shawl, damn it. Because, every 2 minutes they'd say, what you making, honey? A shawl. What you making, honey? A shawl. And I'd have like 3 of them there, and they were all doing.
Oh, okay. So,
yeah. But, then when I told her it was for the one lady, I told her I was making, I said, well, you've just enjoyed watching me do it, and you seem to like it. It's going to be yours. She remembered that.
This was my daughter's temperature blanket that got done.
That's pretty.
Okay. That's beautiful. And did you use the same?
Pretty.
I used the same pattern, but that was the one that I did for them. That was their first year of marriage.
Good colors.
Well, my son-in-law loves orange, so I had to make sure that was in there. And then I put their birthdays in.
You used moss stitch for that as well?
Yep. I used the same stitch that I've been using that's on the
I love moss. It's just fun.
The tutorial that I put up there, because I thought, when I was starting my temperature blanket, I didn't know what to do, how to do it, what to go through.
Mm-hmm.
And I was looking for every tool that I could get that could tell me exactly what I should be doing.
Cotton Fair. That's the name of this yarn. Premier Cotton Fair. Just popped in my head.
I knew it would.
But I get into a lot of series that I sit and crochet if I'm having a bad day. That's one of the things that I think that YouTube has helped, because I know, Dawn, you struggle with it. It's something that I struggle with just having our days. And so at least we can be connected, and connect with other people and you know, when you're not having such a good day, at least you don't feel like you're so isolated.
Exactly. I put
Yeah.
on my friends. My friends are always there whenever I'm in.
Yeah.
Whenever
Yeah, there,
for you guys, there you are. I always know
there's
where to
several
find you.
groups that like carry the Yarny Elephant
Yes,
that has Zooms. I don't often go, but I was thinking I should.
it
And
is
that's
nice to pop in and say hi every,
Hmm.
when you can. But we also can find Carrie the Yarny Elephant every day of the week. She goes live
Hmm.
for an hour, which is nice because I just open up my phone or pull up on the computer, and whoever YouTube recommends is who I go to at that time.
Hmm.
I'm sorry I've been missing you and everybody recently, but I've been sleeping a lot in the daytime, and then I've
That's
been awake
okay,
in the nighttime.
honey. Rest is important.
yeah, it
Yeah,
is.
yeah.
I
So
did that this
there's
afternoon.
replay if you want to, if you can. If not, I totally get it. I'm the same way. I just
I
catch
catch the
ropes when I can.
replay. Yep, I catch the replay. Or Granny D, you've been reading to us again recently. I haven't
I
seen.
started, but I got to get better. I got to do it like every day. I just fight some days are just horrible with trying to stay awake.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I got to do it for tonight. I think I'll be able to get tonight's.
Well, that's why I started, like, we have Lighthouse Mondays on my channel, and that's what we started. And what I'm realizing is people are slowly coming in realizing, okay, what are we supposed to do? You know, how are we supposed to talk again and connect? And it's just a place that people come in and there's pictures going, and I'll have some stuff and some things going on through it. Gentleman with the blind production, Alfonso, who is awesome, has donated music. So it kind of feels like going into those old fashioned ice cream shops or coffee shops, and the piano was playing and people were just sitting around talking. That's kind of the feel of it. And I just wanted to provide an opportunity for people to come in and just talk to each other and have a place to do that, because the magic isn't in the camera, it's all of you in the chat.
Exactly.
Right.
That's where it comes from. And people say, well, where's the crochet? And I'm like, I know I'm blessed to crochet, but I didn't want to teach anybody how to do that. You all are blessed to do something. It doesn't have to be crochet. Everybody's blessed to do a lot of things.
And
I
so Mary
just
and I
love
do.
the name.
Yes, and I love it too. And it does give a good overview of your channel. However, Mary and I believe Granny D as well, we do provide a place, a safe space for everyone just to connect
Absolutely.
and companionship. And Granny D goes live Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And
Yeah,
she gives
and I think
fibers.
I used to think, God, that's a lot. And then when we started having a lot more people, I thought, wow, I'm really being a hog. But then somebody said, well, we really look forward to that time because we know you're pretty consistent
Yeah.
with coming out. We know we can get there. And now that I'm having people come up on the panel more, I just didn't feel comfortable with that for a while.
But that's why I'm saying all of us, we provide a safe
Yeah.
space to connect. We are introducing channels. We do have a schedule, so you know when and where to find us. I found
Mm-hmm.
that important too, even though some days it's harder than others. But just to have that date and
It
time where
always makes me, even if I'm not feeling well, if I get on with my folks, I feel so much better
yes,
after, during, and after.
right.
Well, I got to move these old bones around before I get too stiff, but I've enjoyed hanging out. I'll be down in the chat.
Thank you, my dear sweet
Love
Granny.
you,
Granny
bunch,
D, it was
as
a pleasure
always.
to meet you.
You too, darling.
It's always great, Granny D. We'll
Be
see
sweet.
you.
Don't be ugly.
Thank you.
I got to find the button. Here it is.
Yes. We know. Where's the button? Oh,
Where's the magic button?
I love.
I uploaded something last night. It was just, and we'll start adding that into one of our playlists, is just adding some oceans. And I just added an ocean and ocean sounds. And just let it run for about 10 hours. And we'll be doing rain and other ones that we can put in there, so that if anybody needs, I know for myself, I don't know about anybody else, but I can't go to sleep without somebody talking or something in the background. And so we wanted to add some of that to the playlist for people that kind of need a place to go and hear that rain, or, maybe it's a city street. Maybe they're out in the country and they love listening to all the noise on the city street and all that kind of stuff, So
I do. I have a fan running at least, but I do fall asleep to a YouTube video pretty often. If not that, a live stream, for sure. And that's really nice because I do know of people who they like the rain sounds, for example, and that's what they will put on. Yeah. So it's just, especially for me, I'm going to overshare a little bit, but I do have anxiety, and so it's really helpful to know that I'm not alone, right? Someone somewhere in the world is awake, and I can find a friend to hang out with, and that's really helped. That's really helped me not feeling alone and having that companionship.
Absolutely. But I just decided, and I've looked at like nature sounds, and there's several. I don't like to fall asleep to thunderstorms, but there are people that like to do that. And you look sleeping, like ones to help you sleep, and there's like vicious snowstorms. I'm like, that's not comforting to me, but it may be comforting to somebody else. And so I just did it last night. I ran a 10-hour one. I made it so there was no comments because I'm sleeping while that's happening, so I can't regulate the comments. But it's just a place that we'll start building, so that if people just need that time to just, maybe they just need a half an hour to just close their eyes and listen to something peaceful, then they can have that and an opportunity to have that. Because I deal with anxiety too. It's part of fibromyalgia life. It's wonderful. Nobody ever said that.
But the water sounds, I kind of have a problem with sometimes because I truly have like a 1-hour bladder. So I will be like, oh yeah, that's making me have to run to nature call. I'll be right back.
Well, I'm gonna put like birds and other things on it too, and there's a place I found that you could get like free royalty stuff, and that's what we just have to do. But if I do it in a live format, I can do it that way right now versus I don't have the capability. I have a computer that's old. it's about as old as I am. Not quite, but my husband found it in like one of those like sporting stores that was closing down, and they were selling their like computer, and we didn't realize that they took the hard drive out of it. So a friend put in like a laptop hard drive into it, and it's worked up until this about 12 years later, but it's working. But when I'm ready to finally do it, my son-in-law is very good with all that stuff, and I will give him the funds and he can build me a computer. But we're not there yet. So right now it works, and I'm thankful.
When I started my channel, I started on a laptop. And yes, so baby steps, I think it's really cool that a lot of the people that have been here from the beginning have seen me grow and improve my, camera and computer and those kind of things. So yeah, you guys really are friends, and I know it's a different kind of relationship, but it's really neat that I have friends all over the world, and we connect in different ways, and I still get to know you, just from the things you share with your lives. And as you said earlier, Mary, yeah, we're here and we provide this platform for everyone to gather, but without the people,
Exactly.
it's not
Yeah, I would have never met you if it hadn't been for this format.
right.
And one of my mods in the thing is in Australia, and she's just like a sister to me. And I've got another friend in Texas is like a sister, and it's just a powerful. Nobody should feel like I say to people, I know this isn't, around a fire pit or you're going out to a social environment, but if this is Alfonso, if this is a way that you are able to do it, especially if you're raising a special needs child, you're caretaking for an adult, you're having a disability, and this is a way that you're connecting, don't feel ashamed about it. Embrace it as a tool and a way that you can connect with everybody.
We really are blessed to have this
Yes,
day and age.
absolutely. I agree.
And it is so cool. And I do have friends in Australia and New Zealand and all over. I just blows my mind every time. I can't even, you guys. I really can't even. It's just we're all over the world.
And last night my husband got me a Chromebook for Mother's Day. And I'd like a laptop, but we're starting with a Chromebook. And
that's what I started with. Sorry to interrupt, but I just want you to know that is what I started with. I started on a Chromebook. Granny B did as well. And Nisi from Free Handly Made still uses a Chromebook.
Yes. And I ran that live last night because it's just easier to run a live with the ocean music. I ran it on a Chromebook all night.
Mm-hmm.
And so if somebody once said to me, and that was from getting from the lifeboat, if you've got something to talk about and you're passionate enough about it, don't let anything stop you. If you've got your phone, use it. If you've got a Chromebook, use it. You'll grow.
Exactly.
And you'll get better. If you've got something to talk about, get on and talk about it.
Yep. They were right. Because I want to, I really do believe if you can dream it, you can achieve it. I know that's a cliche, but it's so true. I often, for many years, when I learned of YouTube, I thought, well, there's nothing I have to offer on YouTube. There's no way that I'd be able to have the ability to run a channel. And so I was just a watcher. So either you're consuming content or you're creating content. And either one is awesome because you can be a supporter or you can provide a platform. So both are equally valuable. However, I did have that dream of, maybe someday I might find something that I could do that would seem valuable enough or important enough to, and I didn't know that simply having companionship.
Yeah.
Providing companionship. That was Absolutely. It. So I was up late at night. I was up all night. And so were a few other people. And that's what we did. We hung out. But here in this space, because we are worldwide, just because it's night, the middle of the night, or 2 a.m. or 4 a.m. where I am, it's afternoon somewhere else. Yeah. So you're going to get those people in their daytime hours. So there's no wrong time, you guys. And I just want to end with saying, and no one is ever late. You are exactly where you're meant to be.
Absolutely.
So don't ever feel that you're late, that no. you needed to be wherever you were before you came here. And thank you for the time that you do spend with us.
Well, I know for myself, raising a daughter with autism, and then I had a dad that had dementia. This whole YouTube thing wasn't like it is now. And it was probably the loneliest time in my life because a lot of people didn't understand, and I didn't have a lot of friends, and I didn't go out, and I was too tired to go out. And I sit there thinking, I just wish I had something like this to be able to connect with people and not feel like I was sitting there by myself, just in a really difficult place. And that was also in 2013, I was diagnosed with fibromyalgia. So that has a whole slew of things to it. And I'll never live without connection again. I mean, I have my family and they're wonderful, but when you're going through something difficult, they're in the mix of it. You sometimes need somebody with clear glasses on to say, hey,
or someone that says,
yeah.
I have a similar experience, and
Exactly.
that's a shared experience. It gives that validation of, not only are you not alone, but you're a human having an experience. Through experience we gain wisdom.
Oh,
So
absolutely.
that provides more of a purpose, and it really is a grounding. It really is grounding, and just having that reassurance, because Mary and I do have that similarity. I also have a daughter on the spectrum, and for the early years of her life, it was really isolating. And back then we had MySpace. So if I could, I would do MySpace. But again, it was just through the keyboard, you guys. So and I still felt that I wasn't, like, I did have some comfort in knowing that there was someone behind the keyboard, and I was being heard, because being seen and being heard, it is how you're getting that support that you need.
Nobody needs to suffer in silence. Not one person.
Exactly.
It's because, to me, what I'll ask a lot of people is, I will sit there and say, you know what? A lot of mothers that I may have meet that have a special needs child, especially autism. And one of the first questions I'll say to them is, oh, how is their sleep pattern? Now, that's an odd question to ask. And they'll look at me going, how did you know? And I'm like, because I've been there. I've done that. And I have not yet met a mother that says, oh, my child's sleep pattern is wonderful. 9 times out of 10, it's not the greatest. And it's difficult on the parents. But for them to realize that they are not alone is huge.
Yeah, I had a friend that was a few years younger than me, 6 to be exact. And this was before either of us had children. And we had our children many years apart. But the point is that I think it was meant to be, because I was the only one who at the time went through what I was going through with the non-sleeping baby. She did not sleep unless we were holding her. So that meant neither of us got sleep, right? Right.
Absolutely.
Because, or if we drove, all the tricks, drive them around the neighborhood. Yeah, she napped while we were driving, but we didn't sleep.
No.
And then she was going through that experience of not being able to put the child, wouldn't sleep. And that's being sleep deprived, and then needing so much patience to
Absolutely.
care for this other being that is helpless, and then not having anyone understand. Because, well, we romanticize having babies and family life like that. And so if you haven't experienced the non-sleeping baby, I'm just going to keep it humorous. Then
I've experienced it.
Then you don't know how difficult it is. Really challenging.
The minute we put her down, it was like, hi, I'm awake. Are you awake yet? I'm like, you've got to be kidding.
Yes. No, exactly.
Yeah.
And then we had an interesting experience on her first birthday. We had not given her any sugar. No, like, we watered down her juices, because she was so hyperactive, like going constantly. And then, sugar is supposed to be, well, there's a thing called a sugar rush and then a sugar crash. And we learned that on her first birthday when she experienced cake. And then we actually got our first full night's sleep out of her, which was quite scary because both of us couldn't sleep more than 5 or 6 hours. So we woke up and we're like, did you get up with her? No. Did you get up with her? Is she okay? Should we check on her? What do we do? And we just sat there for hours waiting for her to wake up. And we were like, wait, is this the missing key that we just give her some sugar? And so then we learned, but it did affect her behavior. The sugar monster, we would call it. We would go to the mall or something and give her an icy, and we're like, okay, we know for the next hour she'll be bouncing off the ceiling, but then she'll sugar crash and we can put her to bed and it'll be fine. But yeah, the first year was definitely the trickiest, and I don't think any of us have recovered truly from.
I don't think I've recovered yet.
Good night, Art Junkie. Thank you, Shannon.
There was a time, and we had gotten Christina in her crib at one point, but for some reason I decided that she was going to sleep. She was sick, and so she was going to sleep. She was just having trouble sleeping, and I was laying with her, and her head was right in this crevice here, and it was probably about 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, and I woke out of a dead sleep, and I yelled for my mom. I was divorced at that point. I yelled for her, and she came running, and I said, go get the temperature fast. She had 106 fever.
Oh,
if she hadn't been sleeping right in this crevice of my arm and in bed, I wouldn't even imagine if she had been in her crib what would have happened.
No, honey.
But she had 106. She had spiked a fever really high, and I just woke up enough realizing my arm was on fire, and that's what woke me up to do her temperature. I was so thankful that I did. I was like, thank God you were sleeping with me when it happened, because I was able to detect it. So
yes.
Sometimes a mom's arm is the best temperature.
Right.
Yeah.
Wow.
I just woke up and go, okay. We got her temperature down, but that was a little
Very
frightening.
Deborah Richardson, thank you, sweetheart. Yes, sweet dreams, honey. I know we are reaching that time of the night when it is bedtime for many people. I still have daylight outside, so
yeah,
we'll be here for the night owls. We'll be here for a little bit longer, but yeah, it's just the other parts of the country. I know it's late for you guys, and thank you for hanging out with us for the time that you were able to. I really appreciate that. Yeah, Doris.
Yes, appreciate everybody that's staying with us, because it's about 11:30 here in Ohio. It was raining all day today.
Oh,
it was raining today.
We had a very overcast day here as well, which kept the temperatures nice and cool for us.
See, it's too hot for us. I want the winter back.
I would too, for sure. I would too.
My husband likes the winter, so do I.
Same.
I love the fall. I was raised in Florida, so I didn't see all the changes of leaves, and so the change of leaves never get old, and I love it. I just do the leaves, the crisp weather. I don't want the heat.
Here in the Bay Area, we get Indian summer, so it's the fall does have a heat wave. We have on the West Coast what's called hot August nights. They really are hot. They get very hot.
Thank goodness for air conditioner, right?
Yes.
Our house is kept at about 70 degrees.
Oh, that's perfect for me. Jerry and the girls think that's a little too cold for them, but hopefully they'll get used to well, he's back home too, though, because he's from California. The girls just haven't been
adjusted yet.
here. Yeah, they started out here, but they were puppies. So it's been a few years for them. The cool weather is nice. It helped move a big freezer, and it was what? The cool weather was nice. What does that have to do with the big freezer, Mr. YarnDoll? I'm confused. And it was heavy. Okay. Confused. Hi, Stitching on a Hill with Diana. Welcome in, honey. And if you guys have not, please pop on over to Mary with Blessed to Crochet on over to her channel and say hello. Give her some watch hours. I have her link pinned at the top of the chat. I will also drop it in the chat. Oh, you try moving heavy stuff on a hot day. LOL. I see. I see. Okay. That makes more. Yes, I needed some context, honey. I'm sorry. Light rain in West Virginia for Regina Langfield. And if you are on my side, you can actually type weather and your city and state or your zip code or a zip code you're nearby. And Nightwalk will drop your weather.
And if you do exclamation point weather in your zip code, it will do it on mine too.
Yay! Adventures with Beth said it finally got down to 86 here. It's not what it feels like, though. Yeah, that's really hot.
I have one of these things. I have to remember what it's called. It's a migraine hoodie thing.
Oh.
And it goes, it's like, I call it a falcon hat because it's what it looks like when you get done. But it's this thing that covers over your eyes and literally like a compression thing that goes over your head. And it does help with migraines. You can put it in a freezer or you can put it in a microwave. But I got the one too that has the neck to it. They have one that has the hood and then one that goes around your neck. If you get overheated, that thing's great for around your neck.
That does sound nice.
And I put it in the freezer and I'm like, okay. It believe me, when it comes out of the freezer and goes on your head, it's really cold. But if you just get yourself through the first little bit of it, it does help if you're struggling with a migraine.
Yeah.
It kind of stops it from getting worse.
Oh, Diana got Mishi yarn and a hook. That is so awesome. I got some Mishi yarn and a hook too. So I would like to know, what did she give you? I'm just nosy like that. But what I've done in the past is I'll use an ice pack and I'll put it on the back of my neck. I learned that trick a long time ago. But that sounds like, yeah, much more effective. Yes. And I think that's why I prefer the cooler temperatures as well, because if you do deal with a lot of inflammation, as I do, then I like feeling cold. I don't like being hot. I really don't.
Neither does my husband's a diabetic, so diabetics don't perspire or regulate their heat the way you and I do. So they need it cooler. So
yeah.
But I'll send you the Amazon link where I found this, and it is just wonderful.
Nice. Thank you. Mimi Loves Crochet is saying good night, it looks like.
Hi, Mimi.
Good night, Mimi. Yes, she must sleep. Early day tomorrow. Sweet dreams. Thank you, Mimi. You too. We will see you in the YouTubes tomorrow.
That's why I like the cold winter, because I'm right by my window. And I will open that in the middle of the winter and let the cool air in, and it feels so good.
Kelly Campbell is in Florida and says BioFreeze is my friend.
I lived in Florida. I don't ever want to go back. Florida is wonderful, except for the hurricanes. I don't want to deal with them again. I don't. I've been through Andrew. I've been through Wilma. I've been through Andrew, Wilma, and Irma.
Wow.
No.
That's scary. Right? No, thank you. Yeah, I see.
And the traffic. Oh my goodness. The traffic is just horrible.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the traffic here either.
You're out
So
in California.
correct. Yes.
I've been watching a redo of 90210. That shows you my age.
Ah!
And I was thinking of you today. I'm like, this is perfect. I was sitting watching, doing my crochet and doing 90210.
That's cute. Thank you.
Yes. And I'm going to have some, I was able to go on Fourth Wall, and I'm going to be adding some shirts and stuff to my channel too, which I'm excited about. And
Oh,
I
very
have
nice.
one of the gentlemen that does our music also does amazing graphics. And he has donated he's donated a graphic for me to put up on a shirt. And it has a llama, and it is so cute.
Oh, yes. We love the llamas.
Yep. No drama llamas allowed unless it has yarn involved.
Yep. Yep.
So
That's
that
right.
will be put up soon.
Yes, you guys, it's so important to protect your peace and just surround yourself with positive people as best you can. It really does help. No, Scrimshaw, you're fine. You're fine. I do not have a problem with all caps in the chat as long as it's not telling people what to do. But I see you, honey. You're in Massachusetts and you can't take the big heat. I'm actually surprised because you guys are so far north, that you get such extreme weather up there but I could see why it would feel more extreme because just in theory, you get lower temperatures. So when it doesn't have to get that hot to feel hotter. Am I guessing correctly?
My grandmother was born and raised in Aberdeen, Scotland. My mother was also born in Aberdeen, Scotland, until she was 4 months old. My grandfather, who was Greek, went over to Scotland, and that's where he met my grandmother. He was serving in the military. And so when my mother and they married, and then my grandmother had my mom, and then they came over to this country, and the city that we're living in now is the same place my mother was born and raised in, or raised in, not born in, but raised. And she said, I never thought I'd come back here again. And so she left here. They left in their 20s and went and lived in Tupper Lake, which Tupper Lake gets cold. That's New York. And then moved down to Florida and spent 50 years down there. So anytime it gets below 70 and she's freezing. She does, like, Mom, you get the summers and we want the winter and the fall. But she thought, I never thought, literally her life was full circle to be back in the same city that she was raised in. Her grandfather used to own a restaurant in the downtown area where we live in, way, way back when. So it's pretty neat to go back to. And when we came and visited here, I always felt like I was home. We're about an hour away from my daughter, so I'm not too far from her to just be there for when Mama is needed. I come and help her out when I can, when my body will allow me to.
Yeah, that's really nice that you can do that for her.
We just celebrated my husband's grandmother's 95th birthday.
Oh,
yeah, we went down to Cincinnati, saw some of my nieces and nephews. My littlest nephew ran up to me and said, hug Aunt Mary. I was like, you got it, anytime.
yeah.
So precious.
Right.
She celebrated her 95th. All of her children were there. She has 6 children, 30-something grandchildren, over 33 great-grandchildren. And I said to her, you can't leave this world till when my daughter's ready to have children, because that will be her first great-great-grandchild.
Right.
Yep.
Oh.
So you got to stick around for a couple more years. So we had a party for her. Of
course. Yes, that is a big thing to celebrate.
Yep, I started the whole thing. She did. She did. So It was nice. We went down there for that. My daughter went down there, and my son-in-law got to meet some people he hadn't met yet.
Yeah, we are very fortunate in our family to have a longer lifespan. So my grandmother's actually 89 years old now, and while she is has had some growing issues with dementia in the last few years. She's still doing very well, and we did at one point when my great grandparents, we had 5 generations.
Wow, that's
Existing
amazing.
on the planet at the same time. So yeah, that was pretty cool. With what you said, great grandbabies. So um, yeah, that was very cool. My child does not want to have children. So you guys please forgive me for my horrible joke, but if you see me borrowing other people's, I promise I'll give them back. I just want to borrow them for a little while.
Well, there's a program that we have in our local schools, and I keep forgetting I've got to fill out the application, and it's actually like a grand pal, and they allow you to connect with a middle school child who you can write letters back and forth. They write you a letter, you write them back and forth, and then at the end of the year they meet together and have a ice cream and pizza party.
Oh,
And they
wow.
do have programs where you can be adopt a grandchild. You have to go through all the paperwork and stuff for it, but you
Yes.
can be an honorary grandmother.
Oh, I know that that we've grown up with that. It takes a village to raise a child, right? So, I have my mentors with Granny D and Oma C, which is Missy's Cottage, and there's a few other women that I really look up to um, and really inspire me and are showing me just just the way to spread some cheer with the sun bunnies. You're never
Absolutely.
too old for a sun bunny or a somebody, or this just crocheting has really opened up the world for me, and really happy that I come from a family that, well, especially my mom, she she would sew and crochet like it, she knew how to do that before I was born. So all my life I remember her doing those things, and I always wanted to do them. And then when she thought I was old enough, she taught me how to do things, um, and then everything else I just kind of been self-taught or learned through YouTube. Now that we have this awesome platform to
Absolutely.
connect with people and learn things from people. And I really enjoy that there are so many different channels that
Perspectives.
do the same thing, but I can get techniques and tips from each one. So
Absolutely.
I like to see how, we're many of us have done this bag o' day crochet along this shawl, right? But we're all using different yarn. We all have different tension. We all have different, creative, artistic license. Um, so I really enjoy that, yeah, I'm making one. And of course, Bag o' Day Crochet Crystal made hers, but I like seeing everything that everyone else does too. Shirley Baines said, what is this? I collected grandchildren and children along the way. My granddaughter's friends all call me Grandma too, and Granny D is my sister D because we are about the same age, right, Shirley? So Granny D, I was teasing her one time too, and I said, you're younger than my mom. I respect your wishes to be Granny D, but you're not old enough to be my granny, honey. Which is
Well,
still
my I learned to crochet from a family member. That I just thought this was fascinating because I had done cross stitch, which is still something I love doing, but this has taken over, and
Right. No,
I
too. Yeah.
and so I watched her and I thought this is easy, and my husband said I could teach you, and that didn't work well, and so I thought, well, I could learn this on YouTube, and that didn't help, and I actually had to go down to a shop in Fort Lauderdale at the time and have somebody show me the basics. And then I was able to catch on, and I was doing this hat. And I said, I'm just going to get done with this hat, and then I'm never picking up another crochet hook ever again. Well, I should have never said that. But I was just doing a single row back and forth and back and forth. And I'm so glad that I found it, because there's days when I'm really hurting that I can go into that crochet mode and forget. I know I'm hurting, but I'm forgetting that I'm hurting.
Yes.
It's been a struggle a little bit because the person that taught me how to crochet is choosing to not be in our family anymore right now, and that's been hard. But I haven't allowed that to steal the joy I have for the passion I have for it.
Good.
My other aunt has been diagnosed with stage 4 liver and lung cancer, and so that's hard. But I'm thankful that that person that allowed me to want to do it. But I thought, just because they've chosen to do what they're doing doesn't mean that I need to stop crocheting, because I can't. I'm hooked for life.
Yes, for sure. I know. I call it like an itch in my brain. And I actually really enjoy doing, and what I've been kind of hiding down here, you guys, that I've been picking up a little bit off and on. I like chevron, and
It's beautiful.
I started with single crochet, and then I learned granny square, but I forgot that. And then the thing that brought me here was I wanted to learn double crochet. I know my friend had taught me when she taught me how to do a granny square, but I had forgotten. But I remembered there was a double crochet, and then this came from a book that I don't have handy. Do I? No, I don't think it's. I don't actually. I don't know. I try to organize stuff and then I lose it.
I know the feeling.
It's a leisure arts. It's from like 1993, and it's just 8 simple little patterns called ripples for baby, and so it's just a simple chevron pattern, but you do the back loop only. So it gives a little bit of a texture to it.
See, that's something I always have a problem with. Back loops and all that kind of stuff. I always just have, I don't know what it is. I always have a little bit of an issue with it. The back loops and the front post and I don't do well with that. And I don't know why when I do a single crochet, if I do a single crochet row, because that's what I was going to do for the temperature blanket, and I don't know what happened. It just started going this way.
Oh.
I was like, okay, how can I be adding stitches to this? I just don't do well. So I don't like doing hats. I make hats and they're bigger. This was my attempt, because for a while there, and I still do at times, I ripple off of the lifeboat. So we simulcast. And I thought, oh, well, they have a trophy when somebody's been, done something good or had some sobriety or whatever. I'll do a trophy. Y'all, I can crochet, but this is pitiful. They call this floppy trophy. And actually, Orion wanted one. And
I love it.
But I don't do this totally well. And when I do hats, they're always bigger than what I have to go down, like way down, because they're always huge. But this isn't my best in crochet. The people that do amigurumis, I love y'all. And this is one I did for when people have birthdays. I raise a cupcake.
Yum.
For everybody and say happy birthday.
Yes.
But it's not my strong suit. My strong suit is blankets. That's where I just love doing. And I feel like when I give somebody a blanket, I've given them a hug.
Right.
And so that's where my passion is always, is in blankets. I love doing blankets.
That's where I started. Single crochet. That's all I knew how to do. I got this Red Heart baby yarn because back in 1996, when I asked my mom to teach me, this was the softest yarn I ever felt. I did not like any of the other yarns. I just wanted to use this yarn, and I wanted to make an adult size blanket. So what I did was, I thought it was queen size, but it ended up being 10 by 12, 10 feet by 12 feet. And I believe it's like, I want to say like 25 skeins of this because I just used the whole thing until it ran out in each color and its stripes. And I actually made two of these. The first one I gave to my daughter, and then I made myself another one. And like I said, I got bored with that, and I was like, okay, I want to know what else I can do. And I actually made my first amigurumi out of this yarn because it was the only kind of yarn I had. And I wanted to make my sister a dog because sadly her reindeer chihuahua had passed away from cancer. So I made her a little reindeer chihuahua.
Yeah, I just don't do well in the round. I don't care what I do. I don't do it. I don't enjoy it as much as I enjoy doing blankets. So I think that's an example to say to people, if just because that's something that's in the crochet world, if it's not something you don't do well, but you do well in other things, focus on those. There's a lot of people that do amigurumis wonderfully, but that's not my strong suit.
Yeah.
I'll do them, but it's not something I'm totally good at.
But you'll get better if you keep, I've gotten better. Yes. I'm particular about what kind of yarn I use for my amigurumis. I like the Just Chenille from Premier because I could find that in at the Dollar Tree, and I like the colors, and I like the squish, and I like how soft it is. So this is one of my favorites. And every time I show this, I'm like, oh, I want to make a sunbunny out of this. I've been making elephants. I started making well, first I started with turtles. They're right there, my little turtles. Oh. And I made a bat that you can't really see. It's Buffy the Bat from the Hobby. It's a paid pattern from Hobby, the Hobby yarn.
This Buffy how cute.
Her wings were a little challenging, but thank you. Yeah, so this is, besides a sunbunny, I think this is my biggest amigurumi.
Well, I'm making more of these cupcakes for several of the channels. I made them for Kristen Melinda, who's a dear friend. She's like a sister to me. And she's in Texas, and she has a channel. And so I made her one of these. I've got several other channels I'm making one and going to send to so that they can raise a cupcake when it's somebody's birthday. So I'm doing those. But it's one of those that I go, okay, I do, but it's not where I want to go to. I want to do the blankets all the time.
Right. That's what I mean by that itch in my brain that needs to be scratched.
Yep. I want to do the blankets. But I mean, the cupcake I did for her was better than that one. But it's still a work in progress. It's still something you just have to keep practicing. But if it's not something that you totally enjoy and you're doing it just as a gift because you want to give it to somebody, but if it's something that you're struggling with, then put it down for a while and come back to it.
Melanie J says, I love the rippled stitch on the trophy. It is awesome. And Leslie's Crochet Corner is going to call it a night. Spent the afternoon filming and editing and survived your first premiere live. So there's that. Lots of love, Leslie. Thank you. Congratulations, honey. And Susan Burke, it says, are you doing the gumball blanket? I want to do the gumball blanket, but I am trying to finish my Steve shawl. I'm on my final row of the beads, and then we are done with Steve shawl, and we need some finishing touches on some bunnies, on some sun bunnies, and then I can wrap up all these projects. I need to write some stories for them and send them off. But the cupcakes and the trophies are so perfect because they're smaller, so you can make a bunch of those pretty quickly.
Yeah, this was just a single crochet. But I'm planning to make, I've got several other, the lifeboat, I'm planning to make them a cupcake. And I said to the gentleman that's donated our music, I'd make him a cupcake because he does wonderful live concerts, Alfonso. And I'll go over to his channel when he's doing them, since he's legally blind, and read his chat for him. So I'll go into there and read his chat. So I'm like, I'll do those just to say thank you to people that have been really helpful to us as a channel.
That's really sweet. Yes, that's wow. It's so awesome to have you as part of this community, because as much as I wish I could be everywhere all the time, I really love hearing that there are so many other people out there supporting other channels. So I'm like, yes, I champion this cause for sure. Please go and uplift the community, you guys, because I really do believe in you. And I know that even just being in the bushes, that's fine. Thank you for giving us your time. That's what, and then when you can help support other channels in other ways, that's awesome too. But my biggest thing I like to say is help me help you. So if you need help, please reach out. And if I can't do it, maybe someone else in the chat, like we've been saying all night, this is a place to connect and have companionship. And if you see me, like, maybe I seem like I just want to stick with, smaller channels, it's because I really want to give a hand up, help out people that want to do this. So that's what happened for me. I saw people doing this, and they allowed me to come up on their channel. Pam from Be Creative Crafts, another channel that's on break right now, Jeannie from Butterfly Dreams Crochet, they just allowed me to come up on panel, and believed in me, and I believe in you too. So if you guys, anyone wants to do this, when you're ready, if it's not myself, I hope you find someone else that's willing to kind of show you the way and let you know how to, if you have questions, we're here to help.
And I have done it with a friend of mine, and she took us on a nature walk. And she came on my channel, she took us for a nature walk, and I crocheted. So I am more than glad to collaborate with people that want to do it. Another thing that we've done on our channel is I have a little commercial short, and I have no problem with people that want to do like a 59-second commercial about their channel, and I will put it up on my shorts and to let people know about that channel. And then I will send them my short, and they put it on their side, which is a great way of showing your community a channel and swapping a short and saying, you put this on your side and I'll put yours on my side.
That needs a hashtag. We need to get you a hashtag, honey. That's an awesome idea.
Yeah.
Right. And hashtag swap shorts, or short swap, or something.
A short blessing.
Oh, yes.
I said to it the other day, I said, if people realize that when you come into somebody's home, if you're going to a party, okay, because this is Dawn's house. So if you go into a party, you're going to most likely bring something. I know if I didn't bring something to a party, my grandmother would be looking down going, Mary, so you're going to spend gas, and you're going to spend time and you're going to bring something to that party. Well, when you knock on the door, that's you hitting the subscribe button and saying, I'm here. When you walk in, and whether you've met the host or somebody else has invited you, that's what is interacting with the chat. And if you think about it, the party person is most likely provided drinks, they provided chips, they provided food, they provided whatever it is for the party. So they've spent money. And for us, it's our computers and our other things and our microphones and all that kind of stuff for you all. And then when you leave, you're hitting that like button saying, thank you so much for stopping on by. Really had a good time. When you come back and leave a comment, it's kind of like sending a thank you note to that creator. Thanks. I had a really good time. I really appreciate you doing what you're doing. That all helps in the YouTube algorithm stuff to make it happen. But it looks at it different when you think you're coming into somebody's house, especially if it's a live format. I thought that was a unique way to look at it.
But it's so true. It's
Yes.
so true. And because you're in the comfort of your home, I'm in the comfort of my home. And that's another important reason why providing this as a safe space is a priority, because we don't want to violate anyone's safe spaces or sanctuaries. And so thank you guys. Thank you all for being positive contributors and just
Melanie, I just dropped the lifeboat and I'm dropping Alfonso's on my channel.
Oh, very good. Very good. Thank
Those
you.
are two.
So I can grab.
Yeah.
I can
Lifeboat
grab
channel is it's not, it's a sobriety, it helps a sobriety channel, but it's also pure support. And just a place to just, have a safe place to go and get that support that you're needed. I didn't think I needed the lifeboat, but I'm telling you, I'm very grateful for it. So I've met so many wonderful people through there. And Alfonso is awesome.
So we haven't really touched on this, and we weren't going to go too deep in this because we did want to focus on crochet. This is our time to crochet, but I will be providing some links in my description box for outlets for support, such as 988 is the hotline for help if you're feeling unsafe. You can also reach out to the National Alliance for Mental Health. They provide support for families as well with mental health issues. And of course, just if you're not feeling safe, there's also 911 to reach out and get some help, or if you are experiencing a medical emergency, or even if you're unable to care for your basic needs. We provide companionship here, but there are other resources if you find yourself in need.
Absolutely.
Mary does quite often talk about more sensitive topics, and so she's been an excellent resource for people to share over on her channel. And so I'm very proud of you, Mary, and I really believe in what you're doing. And so I hope you're here for a long time.
Well, again, it goes back to me being, having my daughter and being very lonely and thinking, I had a friend of mine, still a friend of mine, and we sat on the couch and she's trying to get a selfie stick working, right? And she couldn't figure out how to do it. And we laughed so hard over the selfie stick on this couch. And I sat there leaving, and I actually left. And this was probably, oh, goodness gracious, Christina was probably about 13, 14. And I left. I actually got in my car and cried. Because I thought, when is the last time I have sat on a couch with a friend of mine laughing? And I thought, I don't want anybody else to be on that couch by themselves. If we can be here, that's why Lighthouse Mondays is there, so people can just connect and talk and start making those connections and those friendships. That's what I want to do. I can still talk about crochet, It's just, I don't feel like I have the skill set to teach it. I probably learned some very bad habits along the way, but you know, it's just something in your toolbox, whether it's that or whether it's getting one of those color books, adult coloring books, or whether it's diamond art, whether it's going and finding YouTube channels to talk about Dollar Tree, crafts, whatever it is that you can keep your hands busy when you're dealing with, especially like chronic pain, it will help.
Distractions, yes,
Exactly.
distractions are also very good for mental health as well, you guys. As far as keeping your brain active and young and challenging, there's a lot of benefits to any craft, to really any craft. And yes, so thank you for sharing those resources, Mary. Also, my chat has reminded me that I have adopted your one. Put a 1 in the chat. So I really like that. So I do a 1 in the chat to send prayers, love, well wishes, positive vibes, and for whoever chooses to receive them, however they choose to receive them, because we are accepting of whatever your belief system is. So I just want to send it out the way that you're willing to receive it. And
that,
so they're the ones in the.
That was actually done from the lifeboat.
Oh.
So that was carried over from the lifeboat.
Oh, I love that even more.
Yes.
Yay.
Yes.
And Janet G is also sharing that the lifeboat is a wonderful place to connect with people that need support and information on
wonderful community
issues of all manners. Yeah, for people struggling as well as those in support positions. So I'm really happy that we can introduce that resource.
And when we do Lighthouse Monday, Dawn, I do channels. I'll put up there to say, go check out some of these channels. And you're one of the channels that is on my little slideshow when I do Lighthouse Monday, every Monday.
Thank you.
Yes. Amongst other channels, but I made sure that I did hers too.
Well, we need to make sure we get Lighthouse on the calendar.
Yes. I'm trying to do it from 6 to 11 every night or every Monday night. And then, like I said, I'm going to be adding more like soothing sounds, rainstorms, or rain sounds and stuff like that to the thing, so people can just go if they need that to sleep or what have you. And it runs live, but I turn off the comments because I'm not going to stay awake all night. I may be up in the middle of the night, but not that long.
Yeah. Of course not.
Yeah.
Oh, so that is 6 to 11 p.m. Central Time?
Every Monday.
Every Monday.
Doing it.
Okay. So we got to back it up 2 hours for us Pacific Coast people.
Yeah. And we're adding jokes. We've added jokes recently. Like 3 times a week, I've been adding jokes. These cute little jokes on there. And those that want to listen to we do Tuesday, Devotion Tuesday. So those that want to do that, we've been putting Bible verses on that people that would like to be fed that way. We've been adding some recipes and I started adding like just a quote every week, certain kind of quote. As I get that record that I don't think is copyrighted that Scott did, I'm going to be adding some of his songs to the thing. Anybody hasn't had a chance to go check out that song Scott did. So proud of being me. I uploaded it. I'm telling you, I've listened to it for years, and I still, at the very end of it, which is now our outro, there's no way I don't get goosebumps all down my. It is amazing. It is an amazing song that he did and wrote. I mean, he could go from the piano or listen to a music in his head and go right to the piano and play it. It was absolutely amazing, and he had the voice. He could have been better than Stevie Wonder.
That is wow, such a gift. Such a gift to be that talented. I know that's very unique that people can hear a tune and recreate it in such a way. and those people don't need to learn sheet music. It's just amazing.
Oh, absolutely. I thought we all need to be proud of who we are.
Yes, you guys, everyone does have a talent, and I really hope that everyone gets to enjoy and nurture that talent. Um, yes, Mr. YarnDoll, hobbies are good mental health assisters, puzzles, Legos, 3D printing, crochet. Yeah, there's all kinds of outlets for expressing yourself, and for those of us who are less mobile and limited in what we're able to physically do, um, there's still ways to challenge and exercise your mind. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's right.
And I just put that song in my side on the chat for those that haven't had an opportunity to listen to it.
Fantastic.
And Janet G, I'm so glad that was relaxing to everybody. I got a lot of good feedback. My dear friend in Australia said you have no idea how special that was for you to do that last night. And I was like, well, if it helped, she said, it really meant something to me. So I was really glad. I'll put some more of them up because I know for me, it's calming when you have stuff like that and you're going through and your mind's racing. If I go to sleep, I don't know about anybody else, but if I go to sleep, my mind will sit there and race till I have something to stop it.
Yes.
And so
I am a chronic overthinker, you guys. Mr. YarnDoll actually picked this up for me on his
oh,
here,
cute.
and the shirt says, "Hold on, let me overthink this."
I love it. I love it.
And
Yeah.
Jerry said he saw this and he had to get it for me. So yeah,
Yeah.
it sits right here to remind me that you know, that's not that hard, and you're just overthinking.
Yeah, I was saying to my mother the other day, I said, we used to go and Scott would perform at certain places and we would go. And I thought, man, I thought it would be, you know, with, that I thought it'd be awesome to be able to, that time video recording wasn't so, video cameras were so expensive. You know what I mean? So we couldn't afford a video camera. I thought there was
Right.
hours and hours of music that I could have, gathered from just taping him. And when I used to go and we used to go to watch him play, always used to say, my tip jar was always more full when Mary was there. Because I was always just gumming around the piano. And he's now in his late 70s. And a couple of years ago, probably about 8 years ago, he actually fell in his trailer and he pinned his arms back. And he stayed that way for hours before he was found because he wasn't wearing the necklace. And so that left his arms unable to play anymore. That was taken from him. But I can guarantee you he's still singing. He's still singing.
Legacy,
yeah.
you guys, to teach.
So that's why for me, I have like 10 of his songs because he re-recorded like some of the ones that he made and he actually sang and did. And I have 10 of them, but that album that's coming to me, that's going to be like, it's so special that I have that back to be able to remember all those wonderful, those songs and his voice.
That's a beautiful legacy.
Yeah,
it really is. Yeah.
He had one song called I Got You Covered. And I thought, don't we all? We have each other's backs. But Janet, I'm going to be adding more. I did that one last night. I don't think I'm going to do one again tonight, but I will be adding more of those to just put in there for anybody that needs to have kind of that relaxing. I wanted to do a test run for a minute on it because I didn't know if it was going to come back as copyrighted, and it wasn't. So I know where to go now to do that. But I will be adding rainstorms, and we can add birds and nature sounds and all that kind of stuff. For sure. I will be. And I'm glad if it helps people, and I'm glad that people are enjoying it. We're probably about 1,200 hours away from that 3,000 mark. Hi, Mo Love. How are you? My crochet hook has fallen. Where? I do not know. His phone. So I hope everybody is doing well. I'm trying to see if I can find it real quick, but it fell. Okay, there it is. Little pesky crochet hooks, right? The only crochet hook I can use is the Susan Bates ones. The bamboo ones. It's the only ones I can use. I have a whole set of them with the bamboo. It's the only ones that I can use is the Susan Bates.
Oh, okay. So it is a metal hook inside.
It's a metal hook.
Ergonomic.
I don't know why, and I don't have my other cases over there, but I don't know why. In most of the ergonomical ones, the crochet hooks or the shaft of them is so small.
Mm-hmm.
And these are the only ones, the Susan Bates bamboo hooks, that this part is long. And I've tried the clover hooks, and I find out when I crochet, I tend to roll. And so they're straight, and they've got that little bumpy, and then it doesn't give me I have frustrating to use it. And I have probably about 4 of the 4.5s because I have not been able to find them. They have them at Joann's, but they haven't had 4.5s, and I found them on Amazon, and I ordered like 4 of them because I don't want to lose them. The only crochet hooks I can use are the Susan Bates bamboo ones. I know people are big fans of the clovers, but not me.
Right. I have not tried one.
It's a flat part, and they have they want you to hold your hand in a way. But what I think I do when I crochet is do this. And it doesn't allow me to move it. And then the shaft, this part of it in the Susan Bates ones, the only one I found that is long. The other ones, they make the ergonomic ones, and they make them like this tiny, and I don't understand it.
Yeah. I am a stick pencil holder. So having a fatter handle doesn't really work for the style that I do. I can use them, but they're not the most comfortable. So I'm a boy girl, but if you know, you know. Boy doesn't make a 4mm. They make a 4.25 and they make a 3.75, but I have not been able to find a 4.0 millimeter hook. So I do have some Bates for that, but I'm happy with just my little regular.
I can't use the ones that are just the regular crochet hooks that don't have something, but sometimes the ergonomical ones are the handle is so long and the thing is like this tiny, and it's like, can you just extend it's the best ones I've found yet.
Yeah, the throat portion of it.
Yeah.
To be a little bit longer. Yeah, because on this one, it looks like a Bates hook right here. This one, this blue, but it's not. But you can see that the throat part is a lot shorter, as Mary's trying to explain. Well, maybe you can't because I'm super tiny. Should I go big and I can show? Let me show. So this portion is what Mary's talking about. From here to where the thumb grip goes, on these boy hooks, you can see that they go all the way into this thumb grip. That's where they start, past that thumb grip. Oh, here's a firework. Sorry, guys. Loud sound. Sorry. Couldn't grab the mute button. We're celebrating 4th of July early. Fireworks are legal in my city. So they like to go kaboom when it's dark outside. Sorry to get distracted. Janet says, I use a crochet hook when I drop knitting stitches. Yes, best thing ever for picking up drop stitches. Yes, they are. Yes. Yes, Jerry, that was a big firework. It lit off some car alarms and puppies. I hear puppies.
But see, when I first started, I remember going, like when I first started crocheting, it was just like, and my husband will watch me now and he goes, I don't know. He said, I can't even see your hands. He said, they're moving so fast.
You got the rhythm.
But unless I start using something beside a Susan Bates.
Hi,
I know
Mona.
there's people that don't like Susan Bates, but I can't use anything else but Susan Bates.
My concern with the Susan Bates that I have, and I'm trying to find my 4mm. As I said, the 4mm is coveted around here because I don't have a 4mm boy hook. However, I take umbrage, Susan, Miss Susan, I take umbrage because what happens, they feel very sharp. Are yours sharp on the head around the,
I
like,
don't notice it.
they are very grabby, and I'm concerned that, because I have really delicate skin, unfortunately, from my autoimmune.
I've
Yeah,
never
cut myself. Sorry.
I don't notice it, and I think it's because this is all the way down here. You know, I don't notice it this part here at all.
Because you're not near it.
I'm not near it. It's all the way down here. But I tried. I thought, okay, well, I was having trouble, and I went to, what was it, Hobby Lobby, and I got their version of a bamboo hook, and it was terrible. The weight was just, and they had a bamboo one. It was Yarn Inspiration or the one Yarn Spires or whatever it was, but the quality wasn't there. It wasn't as heavy of a hook. I didn't like it. Yarn Inspirations makes one for Hobby Lobby. I was like, great, it's a bamboo hook. No, went back to my Susan Bates, but it has to be the bamboo part. And I have a whole thing over there of the Susan Bates ones.
Yeah, the puppy's not happy, and I get a little jumpy when there's just sudden sounds. That I'm okay if I see you lighting it off and I know it's going to happen, but when it's just kind of out of the,
This is my pattern for this blanket.
Oh, wait. Oh, well,
I can't show the whole pattern because it's her pattern on ST. But this is what you're looking at when you're getting it. So you're literally following almost like a cross stitch pattern when you're doing these blankets. She has amazing blankets on her ST channel. Amazing. It's glyph-free crocheting, and she has 300 patterns. And I did a lighthouse, which is on my channel. I did a lighthouse, and I recreated that because that was my husband's and mine wedding. We went to for a honeymoon, and I did a lighthouse for him. So I recreated it to be the St. Augustine Lighthouse. I've done the one for who was it? For Bag a Day. I did the bones and the hearts and the paws. I did that one. And I've done the Amazing Grace one. I've done the Lighthouse, and I've done the ABC thing. And the one thing I like about it is she shows you how to not have to literally connect all of it at once. You don't have to do each block itself. Each one is connected. That lighthouse one was challenging. It was because I was literally like making a pattern as I was going along. But she has a lot of great ones. She has a lot of great ones over there.
Jerry's got jokes. He says he's in the basement like tour guide Barbie here. Thank you, Jerry. Thank you. That way I don't have to juggle too much because I'm already trying to be all over.
You're doing a good job.
Oh, thank you, sweetheart. You're doing, I'm loving getting to know you better and hearing all the things you've been working on. Golden Age Crochet said she would like me to share the hooks that she's been designing, making with ergonomic handles. And I was questioning what style of hook she was actually using because she's putting a resin handle around an existing metal hook.
Those are cool.
And they're beautiful. She's put sequins in some, gems in another. This one has moons and stars and sun right here if it's too small. I'm sorry I can't blow it up. I was just trying to show. And then here's a little bit of a better side view with the glitter inside. But again, this one, so where that's not really a thumb grip, it does get a little flat. It doesn't stay fully round. So it does have a very short, again, I don't know what else to call that, the throat or the that part below the head. That's why I'm calling it a throat. Oh, I see. Okay, here we go. Good example. Good example of almost like are we doing Tunisian here, my dear? Is that what's happening? The Tunisian-esque? And then here's the actual video of another hook that Golden Age Crochet. She says, I will use any kind to put it inside the resin. They're just fiestaing outside. It's party time. The sun went down and the fireworks come up.
Well, and two, when you're doing the bobble stitch, you need more of a length.
Yes, because you have to put so many loops on the hook to get.
Now she uses the popcorn stitch. But I like the bobble stitch better.
Oh, okay. So you've modified it that way.
Yeah, I've made it so it's the bobble or the bobble stitch. And I'm going to be in the penguin. She has a penguin over there too.
In the Bag O' Day, I'm halfway done with this crochet along, but there's the popcorn right here in this. So I have popcorned before, you guys, not only here, but I gave the blanket away, but I did make a popcorn border on another blanket that I did. I actually worked that up on the Addy machine. I did the panels and joined those together and then crocheted the border. So that was a way I thought I could produce blankets quicker by working them up on the Addy machine and then putting a crochet border on them. It's still, I'm very new to the Addy machine, so it takes me a week just to produce panels for baby blanket size, a little larger maybe, not quite a twin size though.
I just put the link on my chat for where I get her patterns from.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you. I'm going to go grab that.
We went to my grandmother, my husband's grandmother, my grandmother's 95th birthday. And I'm actually was very glad to find out that she has a penguin. And I had made an ABC, the ABC block for our cousin that's having a baby, and her stepson they showed off the blanket, and her stepson was there, and said to me, he looks at me, said, "Oh, that's beautiful." He said, "Can you make me a penguin?" And I thought, well, I don't know what I can do, but I was so glad to be able to see that she had a penguin on there. And I said to her, I said, well, what is your brother like? And he said, I think he likes dogs. So I'll have to figure out, which dog I want to do that she has over there. But these two boys are going to get a blanket. The cousin, these two boys, their mother was killed in an accident. So these two boys will get a blanket from me, absolutely 100%. So any tips? Just don't text and drive, y'all. It's not worth it. It's not. So this little boy looked at me with the sweetest eyes and, can you make me a penguin blanket? I'm like, you'll get whatever you want. That helps Sean. That she was just so fascinated by all the little the bobble parts. He was just looked at it with just, oh, that's just beautiful. Can you please? I'm like, yeah, you'll get a penguin blanket, and there is a penguin blanket over there, amongst 300 different patterns that she could choose from. She does wonderful, wonderful patterns. And I think by the end of it, I'm probably going to own almost all of them. But they're worth it. She even has a Golden Girls pattern, if anybody likes the Golden Girls.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, she has the Golden Girls, the Friends one. But, and she'll send you videos to show you how she does it and carry the stitches. So everything's all connected. And, you don't have to sit there trying to connect all the blocks together. Which is, I don't like sewing. That's the part of crochet I don't like.
When I made my granny square cardigans, yeah, I'm not going to do granny squares for a while, you guys.
And you'll see it when I'm doing this, right? You'll see that this is all connected. It's not separated. So when you go into when you're going into this next color, you're carrying it from here. So I literally have two colors running at once.
Uh-huh.
So when I'm going to hop over here, I'm going to carry this color over here for this section. So I'm not having to put these together. They're already together.
Yes.
Which means that I don't have to sit there and sew. Which when you're doing the alphabet squares, that really is helpful. Of course, don't forget about the D, E, F, and G. Yep, I forgot it. I put it on my channel. I said, do you see something missing? And I did the alphabet blanket, and I thought, it's perfect. It's done. I don't have to worry about it, right? A, B, C, D, or A, B, C. And then I totally skipped the row, and I went right to the next one. So I had to frog it out, the first row, so I could make it. Somebody said, nobody will notice. I'm like, yes, they will. I will. So I had to frog it back before I gave it to her.
When you realize that something's not right and you can see it, it's just staring right at you. Yeah.
Sometimes I was glad I noticed it.
But yes, the quicker you notice, the better, right? So you don't have to go back that far.
I was just glad I noticed it before I had to give it to her. I'd say, I'm missing letters.
So Susan Burke asked, who were we referring to, because she really likes the Golden Girls, and I believe that was the
yes, she has a pattern.
The Gleefully. So in her Etsy shop, and I dropped that link for you, Susan. I tagged you in that. So go shopping around Gleefully's Etsy shop, and you can find all the things that Mary was just discussing. Also, Norina has a few more short little videos of her hooks in action. And by action, I mean just showing them in video so we can see what they look like when they're actually she's holding them and moving them. So this one was done with the glitter puzzle pieces. That's so cute. And then we have all these are newer ones that Norina has done. And then there's the stars with glitter.
Those are pretty.
That's very pretty. And really cool the way you got it to lay down. So you can see they show up really well. And then they're floating in the resin. And then one more has glitter. Those are beautiful. And Norina's just using different stick style hooks that she's been finding. Rebecca, that's from Golden Age Crochet here in the chat. Golden Age Crochet. She's just an independent person that's experimenting with resin, putting resin handles on your standard stick style crochet hooks. So that's what she's been putting handles on, any kind of crochet hook that looks like this.
Now she has the lighthouse blanket on the crochet on the ST shop, but this is the one I modified.
Oh, let me go. Yes, that was your anniversary blanket.
That was how I modified it. I made the lighthouse to replicate the St. Augustine lighthouse. The ivory all around, and the middle is all the ivory is supposed to be there, but then the middle is supposed to be that blue color, and I modified it so that it showed to be the replica of the St. Augustine lighthouse. So it's usually in the middle is all one color, but I did it so that it would replicate that. And that was one of her patterns that I took and I did. And probably show Mocha on here. This is Jamocha's. She had to lay on the dog bone blanket.
Yes.
That was one of them too.
So sweet.
Yeah. But that was the one that I donated to Bag a Day. And you could probably see it if you go to her video. You could probably see it. I think I put it in mine, but that was the dog one. And I'm hooked on her blanket. I'm hooked on her blankets, that's for sure. And we had our pastor, our musical pastor, who left our church, and I did the Amazing Grace blanket. And all that was done from her patterns. So they come up quick. They don't take as long as you would think they would. You would think they would take a long time, but they really don't.
Well, because there's so much transition. I think that when you have that, it's like, oh, you reach the next like level up almost, and then you're like, okay, now I get to go on to this part, and then now I'm done with this part, and
this one's going to be a dinosaur. There's 4 blocks with the dinosaurs on this one. And I'm making it for a little boy that likes dinosaurs.
And she carrying the yarn, so there's going to be no ends to weave, which is what I like about mosaic. I carry my yarn when I'm doing mosaic, but I haven't done much mosaic, you guys, so don't get excited. I don't have anything big to show you. I just have a couple little things that I've gotten to dabble in doing, but none of them are nearby right now, so sorry. I'm just teasing you.
You still have ends, but not tremendous ends.
Right.
To have to weave in, which is not something that but if you're familiar to reading off a crochet pattern or cross stitch pattern, it'll be something that'll be very familiar to you. Now when I do it, I use I'll use often a clear ruler. So when I'm going across this big sheet, I can see that I'm making sure that I'm keeping straight. You know, so I'll take a ruler because it's you know, it's so big that I'm having to make sure that I'm staying on track. So I'll take a big ruler and do it and make sure that I'm on the right track to it. But and they'll tell you exactly how many stitches you got to count and how many things you got to go over. And I will say that amazing Grace blanket says it was a 5.5, and I think I crochet loosely, so I had to go down. And I did. What was it? It was either that one or the dog one, and I ended up going down a stitch. So it said a 5.5, but I went down to a 5. Just because I knew I crocheted loosely. So I went down a hook size.
Sorry, I'm trying to type in the chat and I keep hitting the wrong button.
It's okay.
I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing at my silly fingers.
That's okay. No problem. If you're laughing, that's a good thing. That's good for your mental well-being. So go ahead and laugh. We need to do more of that.
Yeah. Matt was just sharing that that was a cool lighthouse, and that he's finishing up the Virus Meets the Granny shawl, and that he's just started crocheting, and he's been knitting since the panini, but feels, yeah, all of us have been crocheting longer than Matt, so it should be a breeze. Yeah, you would think it would be, right? But no, we still get challenges, which is why I was explaining how this does keep your brain active and challenged and young.
Yeah, exactly.
But thank you for that confidence in us. You know, we like that little ego boost for sure.
My mother, because my grandmother did some knitting. She said that people used to go into the movie theater. I don't know how they did it in the dark, and actually knit in the dark. I don't know how you did it, but in the movie theater, and they sit there and knit. But my grandmother, when she was over in Scotland, had polio. So her left arm was affected by polio. So she couldn't hold her knitting needles like everybody else down here. She had to hide them. She had to actually put them one underneath her arm because her left arm didn't have that ability. So that's how my mother learned, was putting the crochet hook one side over here and knitting that way. And I just never got into knitting. Now my mother has this beautiful heart blanket that I wanted when I was growing up. I wanted to have this heart blanket, right? And I said to her, Mom, this is what I want. It's a beautiful heart blanket. It totally bypassed me. And I said, Mom, you need to finish it up for my daughter. Totally has bypassed my daughter. And I said, you've got to finish it up because maybe it'll make it to your great-grandchildren one day. Because it didn't make it to me. And it's a beautiful pink blanket with open hearts throughout the whole thing. It's gorgeous. But she never finished it. She's got like one row left to finish. Like one strip left, and then it'll be done. I'm like, you've got to finish it because if you have a great grandchild, it may get passed on to because it's not coming to me. But she used to knit. Oftentimes when the Olympics would come on, she used to get her knitting needles out and knit all the way through all the skating for the Olympics. And we'd have beautiful knitted blankets by the time it was done with the skating for the Winter Olympics. But this girl wasn't a knitter. One day I'll show off the blanket. It was meant for me.
Oh, we're very curious now. Hey, that's a good thing about a blanket, though. It'll always fit.
Yes. Well, my daughter's her husband's side of the family has a lot of boys. All the children were boys. So he does not have a high rate of girls. I have one prayer. Give me one granddaughter. That's it. maybe I'll have a shot.
Yeah.
And this blanket happens to be pink. So hopefully, just get one girl. That's all. That's all. Just get one girl. That's
Right.
it. I hope one day. I'll love any ones that come my way, but I just want
Of course.
one girl. One girl. We
Right.
can hope, can't we? My daughter says she wants it too.
We always
But
want what we don't have, you guys. That's
yes.
how it is. Like we
Oh,
had 6 girls, six, of me, my brother, and my sister, 6 girls, and everybody's like, okay, who's having the boy? And we're all, my sister and I are like, 1, 2, 3, not it. It's up to you. To our brother, we're like,
yeah.
yeah, you gotta, and he did. He came through. He gave us a boy in the family. So now 7 granddaughters and 1 grandson. Yay!
Well, she's not at the stage. They're not at the stage ready to have children yet. So whenever it comes, I will sit and gladly be. I will be a yaya, which is
Yeah.
a little bit of Greek heritage. Yaya is grandmother in Greek.
Oh.
Papu is grandfather in Greek. So when I was a little baby and I sat there and my grandfather said, say grandpa. He was my step grandfather, but he was just as much as a grandpa to me as anything else. And I couldn't say it. So he said, say papu. I said papu. So that was it. That's grandfather in Greek. Well, my grandmother sat there and said, there is no way that I'm going to be called Yaya, because in my case, it will come out yo-yo. So she refused it. So she was called Nana, but that was the Scottish part of it. So
Mm-hmm.
my daughter says, when I'm ready, Mom, you'll be willing to be a Yaya? I'm like, absolutely. That'll be a proud moment one time. And when I was growing up,
I'll answer to all of them, right?
yeah, when I was growing up, my grandfather used to call me. Now this is not a bad word, I promise you. It was called skolikakimo. So a skolikakimo in Greek, and I said this to a boss one time, and he looked at me. He said, "Mary," he said, "that's a horrible thing to say." I said, "No, it's a very endearing word in Greek. It means little wiggle worm." So I was sat there and be called a skolikakimo, which means little wiggle worm. So when I would
Oh,
go
yeah.
into my grandfather's house as I got older, he was bilingual. He could do both English and Greek, and I wish they would have taught me Greek, but they didn't. It wasn't the thing back then. When I would go into my grandparents' house as I got older and I would know just a little bit of Greek, I go and I say Yasu Papu Tikanis. Well, Tikanis is like, how are you doing in Greek? How are you and that kind of stuff. So I go in and say Yasu Papu Tikanis. And he could speak fluent Greek. And his family would come down and they'd be speaking Greek and English and back and forth. And I was very highly influenced by the Greek culture, an amazing Greek culture with wonderful food.
Yes, yes. I didn't want to interrupt you, but oh, yes. Greek food is one of my favorites for sure.
The gyros and the baklava and the
Just a Greek salad. I'm
yes.
happy with the salad, you guys.
Well, we go. My thing is every year we go to the Greek festival.
Mm-hmm.
And the Greek festival where we go to is where my mom and my uncle were both baptized, and where my great grandparents went to church and all that kind of stuff. So it's part of our heritage to go back there. And they have all the wonderful Greek food, the baklava and the moussaka and all that kind of stuff. And it's just, you can smell it in the parking lot. It's that good. I mean, the food smell is just, it's amazing. It's wonderful.
Yeah.
So if you have an opportunity to go to a Greek festival, go and watch the dancing and involve yourself in the food. And if you go, there's something, if I can say it right, lakamadas. I don't know if I said it right. I probably didn't. Lukamadas. That's it. Lukamadas. I'm finally going to get it after all these years. It is these little, it's batter, and they put it in, they cook it in right in front of you in the batter. They take it out, and in this is this wonderful Greek honey syrup. And they take these right from the fryer and they put them right in this Greek Greek syrup, honey syrup, and they serve it to you with either powdered sugar or cinnamon. Don't skip those. They're not filled with anything, but they're so good. They're better than any donuts you'll ever come across. Lukamadas. I finally learned how to say it after all these years. They're little tiny, like little donut holes. They're delicious.
Yeah, that
I know.
sounds
Just
amazing.
thinking about it goes, wait, can they have it every 6 months? But it's a lot of work.
Yes.
They were picking the grape leaves this year for next year's Greek festival.
Wow. Right? There's a restaurant nearby. It's owned by Greek people, so they don't serve authentic Greek food. It's traditional American pancakes and waffles and steaks. Like, so they do breakfast, lunch, and dinner. But it's the best food. Like,
Yeah.
they just, oh, it's so good. I would be very curious if I mean, I'm sure they do cook traditional Greek food at home.
Yeah.
So it must be amazing. But everything they make is amazing. And
well, there's something that I make, and it's called it takes about 3 hours between, and all it is flour and salt and yeast, but it's not tropitas, latagias, and that is taken and then it's cooked in like peanut oil or vegetable oil and cooked up. Oh, it is so good. It is the best pretzels you will ever come across in your life.
that's what you do. Okay, pretzels.
Yeah.
Fried dough, I'm here for it. Yes, please.
It is delicious. And all it is, it's real simple. It's just flour, but it's a very, very light dough. And it takes about 3 hours to have it rise properly and all that kind of stuff. And then you have to sit there and fry it and so forth.
Right.
But a lot of wonderful memories around a lot of Greek food throughout my life.
Matt was sharing his grandpa used to call him testa dura. Did I miss a part of that? I don't know.
I don't know if that's Greek or not.
Yeah. And yes, Matt, I agree. I like crochet so much better. It is faster. And our friend Shannon, the Spoony Stitcher, is reminding everybody, hydrate. Cheers, my dears. Thank you.
This is my... If I have this out in the day, then sometimes I get through the whole thing.
Oh, Matt says it means hard head in Italian. I did not grow up with my Italian side, but I am a third Italian, and that's something I won't remember, but pretty funny. I've been called that in English.
I know I'm Greek and Scottish. That I know. That's quite a combination.
Real quick. Hi, 99 Midnight Gamer. Thank you for stopping in. Hi.
Yes, thank you.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to derail the subject. Where were
That's
we?
Okay. You're
being called hard-headed in English and Italian.
Just so you know, the Greek culture talks over each other all the time. And I was probably in my teenager years, and we came up here, and I went with my namesake, and my mom, and we went to this Greek diner, Greek restaurant. And I'm telling you, there was about 10 Greek women around the table. This Greek woman was talking to this Greek person, as this Greek person was talking to that one, and this one was talking to this one. And I just thought, how can they keep track of what they're all saying? And yet they followed the conversation the entire... I was blown away. Don't know what they were saying because it was all in Greek. I was just absolutely fascinated. My namesake she said you could go to the Methodist church and the women's group and they would all do everything in order and everything would get done in a timely manner. You go to the Greek Orthodox church and everything was all over the place and they would do everything out of order, but it all got done.
It's out of order, but it doesn't matter. We're getting done.
Nope, it all gets done. So she has no idea how it happened, but it all gets done.
That's awesome.
Yeah. The Greeks can talk and the Greeks can be a little loud, but they know how to do good food, and they oftentimes when you go to a Greek environment, a lot of times somebody will come up to you. Now, I know in our culture, it's not something that's common, but you will see somebody that will actually come up. They will, if they're behind you, they'll come up, and even if they don't know you, and I've had it at Greek festivals, and they'll come up if they're full Greek, and they'll put their hand on your shoulder. They don't know you from Adam, but it's a way of them being able to kind of give you a handshake. And it's to me, there's nothing. It doesn't feel weird. It's common, but that was very much in the Greek culture. Just kind of couldn't put their hand on your shoulder, which is awkward if you're going, wait a minute, that's my personal space. But
yes,
in the Greek culture, there's it's very common. But the place where my great grandfather was raised in Greece, there was a lot of tall, because you don't think of, I had blonde hair and all that kind of stuff, but in the place in the town, and I always get it wrong, where he was raised in, all had tall, blonde haired, light fair skin, individuals. And most of the Mediterranean is not like that. But in that area of Greece, it was. My uncle was like 6'2". I want to fly to California now and go check out that.
It sounds familiar. Matt sharing, check out Athena in San Jose, killer Greek food. That sounds familiar. And there's another, what are the little balls in the pita? Oh, we're going to end and it's going to come to me and I'm going to feel so silly. What is that? It's a little drive up. And they serve banana milkshakes and the falafels. Falafel house. Yeah. It's so good. Is that it? Is that the one? The falafel house?
But falafels aren't generally Greek. They're more Mediterranean.
Okay. Yes, and that's in San Jose. Mm-hmm.
You'll find in a lot of Greek culture, when they're dealing with like meatballs, they'll add cinnamon to a lot of their meat stuff.
Yep.
Cinnamon is very well put throughout a lot of it, and it tastes very different. Like my daughter doesn't like Greek meatballs because it doesn't taste like a traditional American meatball. But to me, I grew up with it.
Yeah.
But you'll hear like it. My daughter was like, "Now, Mom, when I get married, you can only say Opa once." I did. I said it once. I said, I got to say Opa or Yasu. That's all Greek celebration, like you're having a party.
So yeah, Matt says, yes, that's it. And they are killer, and they are. And I did go there quite often in college. That was one of the regulars.
We have a Greek restaurant here in town, and it's delicious. And he does the huge Greek. He participates very heavily in the Greek festival.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, that's nice. It's so fun too. Yes, Opa. I was just thinking that also. Scrimshaw says Opa.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Lots of fun. And the movie, The Big Fat Greek Wedding. My Big Fat Greek Wedding.
We don't use Windex. There's no Windex involved.
Windex is not a cure-all.
It's not a cure. But I will say that movie is kind of, we're not out as far out as they were, but my son-in-law's family is more reserved, and we're more of the Greek side of it. So it's been a culture, different kind of cultures. When he comes over, we'll talk over each other all the time, because it's how I was raised. It was how we raised my daughter and everything. And for him, it's like, so we'll be kind of careful not to do that, because to him, it's a whole different culture, but I can relate to my big fat Greek wedding to some degree, but we don't use Windex.
No, just when I would hang out with, some, even in the atmosphere of like that restaurant style and stuff, it was like, oh yeah, this is familiar. I remember this. Like just homey feeling and
Yep.
lots of energy and the talking over situation. Although I kind of think that's a neurodivergent thing, not saying that they are. Just I've noticed that when I made friends in public, like I had a little flashback to when I would take my daughter to Gymboree, and I had one friend and we would talk over each other, but we had so like just a very few minutes of, hey, I thought of you when this happened, or we were doing this, or I saw that. And so she would talk at the same time as I was talking, and it was like, yeah, I know, I hear you, keep going, because we only got 2 seconds to say everything that we want to say to each other before we have to go. So yeah, we would just word vomit at each other real quick and then move on. That's how we got everything done. Oh, Rebecca Gomes says the father in the movie was a lot like my dad. Oh, how sweet.
It's an amazing culture. I'm blessed that I was able to have that. My grandfather actually had multiple sclerosis, and he tell you that man was amazing. From so blessed that I was able to call him Papu, and he accepted me just like a full. There was granddaughter in all shapes and forms. He was an amazing man. I've never met such all my life anybody like him. There'll never be anybody like him, but he was just an absolute delight. And just, it didn't matter if he was in a wheelchair. He was going to enjoy life and let people know around him that he loved them, and he was always thinking of somebody else. He was just the sweetest man, and he was actually the first. He was in the service, and he would go to the people and tell him he wasn't feeling well. They thought he was gold bricking. So he had all these documentations to show how many times he went and came back and went back and forth. And he was actually the first vet to receive a fully what was the word of it? It's not disability, service activated disability. And he was the first one, and he opened that up for a lot of people that needed that had that. And he was the first one. He had so much documentation to prove that because when you first work, when you have multiple sclerosis, you're worse later on. And so he was able to prove that he had all this documentation that they didn't take it seriously, and he was able to get service aggravated disability, and that he was the first one, and that opened it up for many other Vietnam, or not Vietnam, but soldiers that were affected to have that. And so he was the first person to receive it.
Oh, that's
fight for it.
Yeah, because they're so it's not underfunded. It's under yeah, no, it's a shame. Sorry, I don't want to get distracted, but it's a shame the way that the veterans are treated in our country, and they deserve better.
But he at one point there was like a lottery he won for multiple sclerosis shot, and he just said to him, "I don't want to take it." He said, "You give it to someone else." It was experimental. And he said, "I already have it." He said, "I'm not going to get better." He said, "I want you to give that to somebody else that needs it more than I do." He was just an amazing man.
That's very selfless.
Yeah. Oh, he just enjoyed life. It wasn't, he was going to go out. He was going to enjoy meals in restaurants. He was going to enjoy his life to the best he could. We went to Disney World, and he just was going to enjoy his life no matter, what, if he was sitting in that wheelchair, and let it stop him. That big ball at, what is it? At Epcot, the big, like, it looks like a big golf ball. And he was determined to get on that ride. Absolutely determined. But there was no wheelchair accessible at that point. And there probably isn't. And so he decided to get there. So they stopped the ride altogether. And they got him out of his wheelchair and put him in this ride so he could go for a ride. I give a lot of credit to the people at Disney World for making this happen for him. Well, he wore kind of polyester pants, and the seats were slippery. So my mom was on one side, my dad was on the other side, squeezing him, holding him up. He's dropping down. My grandmother's in the back of the ride, flipping out as she's watching him slowly kind of go down. And then when they thought they just pick him up from the ride and put him back in his chair. Well, he ended up having a spasm and totally flattened out. Let's just say his pants didn't make it on the way down. So he's sitting there, his pants fell. He's laughing up a storm. My grandmother's having a fit. And he's just sitting in his chair, just laughing all it could be. And he said, I'm only going to live once. And he said, I don't care. And he just laughed. And we had to go back to the hotel room because she was a wreck, but he had an absolute ball and such a special memory of remembering that. And he oh my goodness, he was going to live his life no matter what he was struggling with.
That's I really want to do, like, hold on to your sense of humor, you guys. Like, sincerely, like, that will keep you young at heart and really does a lot of good stuff for your mental health. Like, Granny D has an excellent sense of humor, and that's why I was saying earlier how I admire and look up to Granny D and Missy's Cottage, and because there was a point in my life where, to overshare real quick, it was a low point and I could not find my sense of humor with 2 flashlights in the daylight. Like, it just wasn't happening. And since you guys have really brought this joy back into my life, and I really want to hold on to that because it just really does brighten my days and make the hard things a little easier, just a little easier.
I just put a lady in my chat. Her name is Jeannie Robertson. She's no longer here. I've been to 2 of her concerts. I've gotten to meet her. If you want to laugh, first one I suggest you go listening to is don't send a man to a grocery store. I'm not criticizing men that go to the grocery store. Just go listen to that. Because there were times in my life, like Dawn's talking, where I was not it was a hard place. And I found her during a time when it was a hard place. And I would go and listen to her stories. They're clean. They're nice. They've got good sense of humor. It'll get you laughing. And there was some days where I didn't feel like laughing. But just hearing it does change your chemical balance in your brain. It does have an effect. And I would suggest go listen to some of her stuff. You're going to laugh. Jeannie Robertson, she's hysterical.
And I just shared her on my site as well. Thank you for that.
She is. Just go listen to that one. She's got one on bungee jumping naked. She really didn't bungee jump naked, but I mean, if you want to laugh, and I still go back. And I listen. I know the stories, but I want to hear them again, and they're just funny. So go get. That's why we started putting jokes on our channel. They're just silly. They're just silly. Like today, I think it was. What was it? How do you know a dogwood tree? You know it by its bark. I mean, it's just a silly little joke, but it's just
the good dad jokes. Good dad jokes. Yes.
But if it gets you chuckling for a moment.
I do have jokes on my side as well. Is yours exclamation point
No,
joke?
Okay. I just put my shorts up with a little joke.
Just something to like. You can find that on your
just give yourself a little laugh.
So we have dad jokes on my chat. If you're over there, you can type just joke, just JOKE. Mine says, "What's red and bad for your teeth?" Nightbot is not very funny. He's saying a brick. Yeah. Thanks. Yep. Not all of them are. Yeah. Maybe I'm a little too serious, you guys. I need my funny bone activated. Sometimes the giggle button gets pressed, and I don't even know why I'm laughing. But Matt is asking, what side of the turkey has the most feathers? Yeah, Mr. YarnDoll, Nightbot has a bit of a dark side. Exactly.
We have on our side explanation point 1, and we've done it all the way through 10. So explanation point 1, explanation point 2, explanation point connect 1 or connect 2, or I've done it up to 10. And all that's doing is giving you conversational questions to start asking people within the chat. Simple things like, what's your favorite color? Are you a window seat or aisle seat person? What is the condiment that you can't live without? If you were on a sitcom star, what would be your catch line? Little just conversations. What's your favorite season? Just little things that you can start in the chat so you can start learning about each other and connecting and finding out information. And it's a great conversation starter. And this girl happens to be a big Elvis fan. And so we have explanation point Elvis, like 1 through 6 is what I've gotten so far. Just little Elvis facts. I will be that for the rest of my life as an Elvis fan.
Well, he added a lot to our culture and our
yes, he did.
And brought a lot of people together in good times.
Yeah. There's a lot that people don't know about him, as far as a lot of things that he did that were actually he didn't want a lot of press about. He was very much about giving to others rather than receiving it himself. There's a story, one of my favorite stories that I heard, and this was 40 years later after he passed, and where he found a woman that was actually in a wheelchair, or not a wheelchair, but didn't have any legs, and she had one of those boards with wheels, and then she had these little skates that she was using to wheel herself around the house. And he heard about this story, and he ordered, and this was back in the 70s, the best wheelchair money could buy, and he put it in his car, and he drove it with some people to this person's house. And he knocked on the door and he said, "Can we come in and deliver the wheelchair? We got something for her." And the husband invited him in with this crew of people. He didn't bring a camera crew. He didn't bring newspapers people, nothing. And she came around the corner. They said the house was spotless. Came around the corner in her little hand thing that they had done, and she saw this wheelchair, and she said, Elvis said, "This is for you." She said, "Can I get in it?" He said, "Of course." And so they lifted her up, put her in the wheelchair. She's crying. He said, "Ma'am, I don't know a lot about this wheelchair, but it's going to take you a lot of places really fast." And he talked for a few minutes. He gave the gentleman some money, and he said, "We got to get out of here," because everybody was crying. The important part of that story is this. When he left the house, one of his bodyguards said, "Elvis, I don't think she knew who you were." And he didn't go back and knock on the door and said, "By the way, do you realize Elvis Presley gave you that wheelchair?" He said, "You know what? It doesn't matter who gave it to her. I wanted her to know somebody cared about her." That was it. Wasn't it Elvis gave? He just wanted somebody cares enough to do something for you. Doesn't matter who gave it to her. Elvis, and he didn't. And to me, that tells the whole thing of what he wanted. He dropped cars and gifts and all that kind of stuff because he just wanted somebody to know he cared. And he remembered where he came from, which was from nothing.
Wow. Thank you for that insight. I did not know that.
Wasn't all about the jumpsuits.
Right?
I know he had his hard times, but he did a lot of good that people don't realize that he did.
He had a good heart, and those are the unsung heroes that move in the shadows and give because they can, not because they want they're getting anything out of it.
He moved 21 times by the time he got to Graceland. I mean, in his 20 years of life, he had moved 21 times.
Wow.
Because they this place, and then they moved this place and that place. So people always, you go to Graceland, you think it's not that big, but there was no way he was getting rid of that one. He was like, I'm done. I've gotten it. It only cost about $100,000.
Oh, geez.
For 14 acres of land back in 1958 or something like that. I don't think we can get that now.
No. Nightbot's on timeout. Nightbot, go to sleep. It's past your bedtime. I gave Nightbot a second chance. Which is the fastest growing city in the world? Dublin. Oh, geez.
You do know Elvis had a twin brother, right?
No.
Yes.
No.
He
He's a little bit
twin.
Before my time, but I do know of I mean, I was surrounded by a lot of people that were a little bit older than me that were huge fans. So I'm very familiar with his music and his movies. Yep. But as his personal life, no, I don't know anything.
Back then, of course, they didn't have caretaker. He was born in 1935, so they didn't have a lot of that, and they didn't know, and so she had the first baby, and of course it didn't survive, and then 35 minutes later she had Elvis. So he was a twin.
Oh,
Jesse Garin Presley was his thing, and his middle name was Aaron after Jesse Garin Presley. And Elvis came from his father, which was Vernon Elvis Presley.
Yeah, we've got some people in the chat knowing. Little Lego Yarn Dude says Elvis had a stillborn brother, I think. And Regina's confirmed that you are, in fact, correct about the names. And I did know that YouTube shared a short of, I was watching, oh gosh, I wish I could remember the channel. They talk about war veterans, and Elvis did serve in the military, and he was very selfless and very dedicated when he did his service.
Yeah, he could have gone into the special forces. He didn't want to do that. He wanted to serve right along with everybody else.
Yeah, it was very commendable, the sacrifices that he made, and he really took that serious. And I wish I remembered more specifics, but my brain fails me.
You can also go look at the Spa Guy, SPAGUY. He has a great channel with a lot of history, and he takes you at different places around where Elvis did, and facts and all that kind of stuff. That it's a great channel for a lot of, he does other stuff, but he does a lot about, Elvis's history and taking you to the actual places that, he actually went to, and did, and where he lived and all that kind of stuff. And that's a great channel for that kind of information. But I'll be, my dad and I had a very, he liked Elvis, and I did the normal thing at 12. I just said, Mom, who's that guy? Because it was his 10th anniversary. And I said, he's cute. And then I was hooked for life. And I will be an Elvis fan till I leave this world.
I was just dropping that in the link on my channel on my side. Thank you. Oh, and see, Mary said exclamation point Elvis in the chat. And then Elvis served in the Army after he was already famous. He served from 1958 to 1960 and was sergeant when leaving the Army. Yay!
Yep.
I remembered a little bit.
You did. I'm impressed. I've spent probably half of my career, doing the Elvis, and then just wanting to find more about who he was. But I wouldn't, you understand, I wouldn't be on this YouTube without Elvis. I know that sounds weird, but I got onto the lifeboat because he was on the growing up in Scientology, and I was just interested in that because Priscilla and Lisa Marie Presley were involved in that. That's how I found the lifeboat, and the lifeboat's what got me on the YouTubes. Or I probably would not have been sitting here. So Elvis had a hand in that.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
Yeah, I wanted to find out more about that to understand all of it.
I am very interested in history, and I do enjoy old Hollywood, and that era is really fascinating. I do like the saying, he who forgets the past is doomed to repeat it.
Absolutely.
So I think that legacies are important in that way, where we are here for such a short time, that it makes me sad, actually, and I don't want to be a downer, but my point is that whatever we can learn from our past and bring that into the future with us, I think that will advance us as people into doing better for our societies. Who has Tractor Supply? Why are we going shopping? Sorry, squirrel. No PetSmart. You go to hardware stores. Lawrence is saying, okay. Sorry. We're here for you, chat. We're here. We see you guys. We see you.
We do.
Oh, yes, Matt. Hearst Castle, if you have a chance. Got to see it. Yes, been there. Have. And if you guys know Bailey Sarian, she actually did do, she's a YouTuber. And she does, for our true crime people, she does Murder, Mystery, and Makeup Mondays, but she started Dark History on Thursdays. And I have studied enough about the Hearst Castle that the information that she actually gives is quite accurate in that she has a few people that help her with the research and stuff. So if you want some dark history, check out Bailey Sarian.
If you're ever in Ohio and have an opportunity to go to the Loveland Castle in near Cincinnati, it's an amazing place to go. This gentleman built this castle, and he actually lived in it. And it's really an amazing, beautiful, beautiful spot. And he would take the history behind it, and he would take I forgot what it's made out of, but he would take those milk cartons and make like the bricks out of them and stuff. He handmade this entire thing for years, and it's called the Loveland Castle in Ohio, close to Cincinnati. And then if you have an opportunity, the Silver Spring restaurant is not far from there. Delicious, delicious, delicious food.
Well, if you cannot go in person, I'm pretty sure you can find someone who has on YouTube.
Yes. Let's check out the Loveland Castle and the history behind it. It's amazing.
Yeah. YouTube's been my opportunity to travel to many places that I wouldn't have been able to. And see
when my daughter was, when her birthday came up, and then at that point, My Greek Fat Wedding came out with 3, and we took her to the movie theater because I figured out I'm never going to see Grease, probably in my lifetime. Maybe I'll be lucky, but probably not. and we took it, and the scenery was unbelievable. But I wanted her to see it on the big screen.
The wonderful sponsor of my website, YarnDoll Media, is going to say good night, all. Good night, Steve. We will see you tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you for everything you do for us and for making my channel that much better, because he's provided a place for us to put all of the live streams that are currently scheduled onto a calendar that you can find at YarnDoll.com. And if you have any questions or need any help with the website, please check out YarnDoll Media. Thank you. Quick thank you to my sponsor. Yay.
One of these days I'll get a website. I didn't know how to do, I wanted to do some kind of list for everybody to be able to say, these are awesome channels, go check them out. And I originally created that Blessing Through Connection channel because I wanted to have kind of an environment where people came in, they became mods, quickly, and then they could go shop around other channels and so forth. And I thought, well, that channel's just sitting there right now. Why don't I put the playlist started to grow on there, and people can go over there and check it out, because that's what it's intended for. Because when just to the people watching, when you're going to support a creator, maybe by going watching their playlist, you have to be careful that you're actually, if you go to their playlist, if it's mixed up with other things, then other people will be getting the credit versus them. So on our channel, I have made it so there's not, all of our stuff goes right to us. And I thought, how can I do it so that people like you and other channels can have a playlist for people to go check them out? And I thought, I'll just start this other one and do it that way. Because it gets confusing when they start putting other people on the playlist, and then you're going, are they getting it or somebody else is getting it?
Yes. Exactly. That's why if you're trying to get watch hours, for example, having your content specifically, because I did hear a long time ago, so don't get confused like I am all the time. But point being, YouTube used to give you credit, I understand, a long time ago for anything in a playlist on your channel, but then they changed that, if I'm remembering correctly. So yes,
it may be something for a new channel starting to think about, just having another channel that, like we have Blessed to Crochet and we have Blessing Through Connection, doing something where you can have another channel to be able to do that and be able to start a playlist list for channels, and then their name is there and their link is there, and then people could go explore that without your content getting mixed with others and then you not getting the watch hours for it.
Exactly. So any questions? We have Matt saying, does Blessed to Crochet, since she's Scottish, what colors of their tartan? So do you know if you have a tartan?
I don't. I have one actually, but you can look up the tartan for the Calhoun clan. My grandmother's last name was Ingram, and so the clan for the Ingram clan was too small, and so she had the Calhoun. We were underneath the Calhoun clan. And so that's the one. When there was too small of a clan, they would put them together in bigger ones to help defend themselves. So that's the clan we're underneath with it. And I do have a doll. Actually, my daughter has it with a teddy bear with a little skirt that has the actual tartan on it from the Calhoun clan. So that much I can tell you. That I know. But I don't know the colors of it. If I remember right, it's green and red and blue. It's a nice color. It really is. It's not red. I think it's blue with green and like little bits of red, if I remember right. We went to a Scottish festival at one point. Yes, like Spanx, yes. We are the Calhoun clan. I don't know if there's, was it show maybe? But my grandmother came over to this country and she was very embarrassed by her her Scottish brogue. So she lost her Scottish brogue. Yep, I was right. This, does it show a picture of it? Yep. See if I can blow this up a little bit so you all can see it. This is, I was exactly right. It's what I remembered it to be. This is, oops. This is the tartan for it. This was what it was. So this is the ancient Calhoun clan tartan. That's the colors I remembered it to be. So that's that one.
That's beautiful.
That was the tartan. And the crazy thing is I cannot wear the I couldn't wear the kilts if they paid me because they're all made of wool. Can't touch them. And this is the modern one. So it's kind of like, that's the more modern tartan. But that's the Calhoun tartan. Yeah, but I can't wear them. I was in a store and that yarn that you're talking about, I think I was in Joann's, and I picked it up and I touched it. And I was not thinking smart. All I did was touch it because I was trying to see what it was. Or one of them, maybe it was something similar. And I just touched my face and you could see it breaking out that quick. So I'm like, no, we're not doing wool. It's a dang on shame, too.
Yeah, because it is nice.
It's nice,
but yeah, I need to quarantine the rest of the stash. And if Granny D wasn't already drowning in yarn, I would definitely send it to her. But I'm afraid.
Well, I realized it when I was working in a hotel. Now, why in Florida they would put uniforms with any kind of wool in it, I have no idea. But there was these uniforms, and we had to wear hotel uniforms, and they had wool in them. And I said to my mother one night, I said, Mom, why am I getting all these kind of things? She goes, Mary, what are the ingredients of the material you're wearing? And sure enough, it had wool in it. And I was getting all these little marks all over, and they were itchy and everything. I mean, they were all over. And I had to go to my doctor and get a note that says I was allergic. So, and I didn't have to wear the jacket because the jacket was wool, but the skirt was thankfully lined.
Mm-hmm.
So it wasn't rubbing against any of my legs or anything. And I would have to wear, thankfully it was lined. I was able to get away with the skirt, but I couldn't wear the jacket. And they allowed me not to have to wear the jacket because the jacket was covered in wool and I couldn't take it. I was like, she said, you're allergic to it. I'm like, oh, I don't know that.
I remember growing up and being very sensitive to some clothing. And then as I got older, and I discovered it was wool. And
I'm thankful they make acrylic yarn.
Right. Well, like I said, luckily I'm lucky to I'm lucky to only be certain types. Like I said, I haven't had issues with superwash merino, and I kind of was hoping that I grew out of it. But I think that as time has gone on, they've gotten better about, like, having the superwash merinos and other styles. And yes, Regina's only allergic to mold.
Well, I was kind of thinking recently of trying it, but when I was in that store recently and I just touched my face,
And just touch,
I thought,
yeah.
no, we're not even going to try it.
Right, right. And when we were going through and sorting the yarn and touching it, I didn't have an issue. It wasn't until I actually worked with it that I noticed. And yeah, my eyes very sensitive, my face. And from it took a while for it to bother my hands, but I did notice it did start to bother my hands. So the more I work with it, and I actually think that, like I said, I was working in this space right here. So there's some fibers that are kind of floating around that I may not have cleaned up so good. Because I was moving around some papers and I do feel a little bit. Anyways, I have had friends in the chat notice that I was working with some yarn and be like, Dawn, get that yarn away from you. And I broke out. It was eyelash yarn, which wasn't even wool based. It was, so I don't know what that was all about, but it was the worst issue that I had so far. So yeah, I don't want to be a yarn snob, but I'm going to have to be a little bit more picky about, like, I don't have an issue with the acrylics as we discussed. I don't have an issue with cottons so far. No, those are fine. And I do want to go more natural based. Like I really am enjoying working with, and I know it's a little pricey, and people have been sharing that some hobby yarns, because this is a hobby dahlia, it's 100% cotton. This has been really nice to me. And there may be some others like Crystal from Bag O' Day Crochet. I love her yarn reviews. She's been doing this so long. I really trust her knowledge on it, so she can tell you just by feeling it and looking at it if it's similar to. So the theory is that they make some of the yarns in the same manufacturing facility, they just name it something else. So Cookie, for example, Cookie is Red Heart Melange, and there's a bunch that cross over similar to that. Some of the hobby cakes are another brand that it's not coming to me right now. Sorry, guys, but if you know, you know. So yeah, keep your eyes out because you may find it at a lower price point, or maybe at a, you know, if shipping charges, you might find free shipping somewhere else. I know Ice Yarns is another popular one where, okay, yes, charging the shipping charges may be a higher than most, but if you average that into the price of the yarn, it still ends up being a better value overall. So,
and I do have several ice yarn reviews over on my channel. I've really focused on doing a lot of the acrylics. I haven't gotten into cotton yet, but I did a little bit of a deep dive into the Saver 100 and the Favorite.
Oh,
because there was not a good selection on the YouTube with those three. And I found out I actually liked personally the Favorite the best.
Okay.
This was,
yes, show us the yarn.
yes.
Show the yarn.
This is my favorite. And Favorite was the Favorite. This was a brown. And this is the one that I actually liked the best out of any one of them was the Favorite. It is the softest one, was the Favorite. This was supposed to be, I don't know if I have the other one. Here's this one. I've got them in the drawer in case I ever had to pull them out. This one was supposed to be pink. Okay. Do we see pink anywhere in here? This was supposed to be pink. I'm sorry. That's lavender.
Lavender, exactly.
Yeah. So this was Saver 100.
Oh.
I liked it. The color discrepancy was terrible. And I was making a blanket for my aunt to take to chemotherapy. And the one yarn that I had got was not going to go along with this. So I had to change up what I did. So that was the Saver 100. And then this one was the Saver. Now, I am not a big Red Heart fan at all. And this is a little softer than Red Heart, but not by much. And this is the Saver. It's a beautiful color. But it's a little bit more bulky. I mean, they're the same weights, but you can tell from just the samples I did that this was much longer than this. It's a much bulkier yarn than this one was. So out of the softest, the Saver was the least, then it was the Saver 100, and then my all-time is the favorite. That's the one that I love the most. I'm actually working on a blanket that has favorite in it. But there's a lot of people that talked about those three, but they weren't doing a more. I was like, give me a little bit more. If I'm supposed to say that this is better than Red Heart, not by much. And I don't have much Red Heart. But if you're going to go on ice and you're going to go look at the favorite one, because it's softer than all three of them all together. And it's a nice yarn to work with.
Regina said the Saver 100 is still nice.
It's nice. It just reminds me more of like working with Red Heart. I'm not a big Red Heart fan. Can you tell? I'm not saying it's not. It's a bulkier yarn. It's a bulkier 4. I mean, I ended up using a 6 on this, and I used a 5 on the rest of these. So it's bulky. It's nice. And these are washed. I washed these.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And I still find this nice, but out of between this and this, I'm going to go to favorite first. It's softer. And then I just was discouraged when they said, "Oh, this will be pink." I'm sorry, that's lavender. That's not pink.
Yeah, that's on the outside of pink. Mm-hmm.
And yet when my husband touched it, he said that the Saver was softer. So it's all depending on what you feel is, what you feel is what's soft to you. To my mom, the favorite was the softest. But to my husband, it was the Saver that was the softest.
Interesting. Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing that. Because I have not experienced those yarns yet. So it's very
the favorite is so nice. Oh, this is a stiffer yarn. A little bit stiffer. This has a little bit more of a cushy kind of feel to it,
squish,
to me.
Yeah, a squish.
Yeah. So if I was going to go to a color, I'm going to choose the favorite. And I did get a really pretty sparkling one. There's one I have on there, and every one of my the yarns that I used on the 2 ice yarn reviews I did all have the links to them, and they're all affiliate links.
Oh, very nice.
Yes. You can do it too. You can be an affiliate through Ice Yarn.
Oh, cool.
No charge. And it works. I tested it out. What we would like to eventually do on the channel is down the road be able to do what we will call blessing boxes, which means that we would like to be able to fill them with yarn and hooks. And we all know how expensive yarn can be. We know it can take, $40, $50, maybe even $60 to do a blanket, depending on what you're doing. And what we would like to do is those people that are maybe on a fixed income that can't otherwise, be able to do that. We would like to be able to do what's called blessing boxes. This was an idea that my mom and I came up with, and be able to offer that for those that are just struggling, that are doing this to maybe help them deal with chronic pain, or they just enjoy it, or whatever it is. And then they could take those things and maybe make hats and scarves for those organizations that take them. There's Crochet for Cancer. There's our military will take scarves and hats that, as long as it fits in with the colors that they're asking you to do. Blankets for dog and cat shelters, and then they can go ahead and use that yarn and turn it around to help somebody. But if it is the cost of the yarn stopping them from being able to do something good for somebody else, then we would like to solve that problem. And we'd like to be able to send out blessing boxes.
That is so cool. Any idea when you might be
well, the channel has to grow.
Yeah.
and it will. I think it will. The channel has to grow and you know, and get there, and it will. And that's one of the things that, amongst other things, that we would like to be able to do. Good can come out of it.
Would you be taking donations to?
Yeah, I would gladly do it. I have no problem. You know, those that want to can, and we have a PO box if anybody wants to send, you know, a card to Hobby Lobby is the closest one to us. I don't have a Michael's, and Joanne's department and our section is lousy. It's not a good selection, but I would gladly, if anybody wants to ever send a, you know, Hobby Lobby gift card and say, go get some yarn and we can do it. And, you know, there are people that just can't afford the yarn, but want to do good. And as long as they can show us that they're making something and it's going someplace else to help somebody else, I have no problem being able to help them out with some yarn. That's what we do. That's what the yarning community does. We help each other.
Yes, absolutely. Yep. That sounds so awesome. I would love to help support you in that. So we'll definitely be in touch. Because, you know, not only do I like to give back, pay forward, do whatever I can to help. Yeah, I see all these organizations, well, all these people organizing things, you know, make hats for this. And I already have a local cause that I support that I make hats for. But I want to do all of them, and it's so hard. But I can give materials, and I can do that. That I can do.
And like the lifeboat does and helps with people that need medically assisted treatment for addiction. And I'd like to eventually, and this is down the road, but it's one of our things, is to be able to give that to them so that they can be able to continue sending people that otherwise need that can't afford to have assistance with that, can get assistance. So there's things that can be done through this vessel, a big red button that can be good. And of course, the personal goal for me is for my husband to get that dog. That's me, you know, my mom to do that for him. People don't realize the benefit of a service dog when it comes to diabetes. They can be life-saving, literally. If he was ever to pass out by himself here at the house and didn't have anybody around, there is a special device that the dog can press in order to be able to alert 911 that he needs instant medical attention. He's a very highly insulin-resistant diabetic. And usually a dog can detect about 20 to 30 minutes prior to any known device. But, you know, I know people think, oh my goodness, a dog can't be $15,000 to $20,000. Yes, it can. 100%.
Yes, fully trained seeing eye dogs and eye dogs. Yes, they can for sure. Absolutely.
And Christina had one. She had an autism dog, and that was life-changing for her and us. It was the one thing that helped her really sleep through the night, because they found that those with autism need a warm body to sleep with. So it really helped her to have Jordan, and it really was kind of the catalyst for a lot of things. And the night, I'll never forget it. She was on her bed, and there was a space between me and her, he had probably been in service for about 9 months at that point. And he just got on the bed and kind of came between us and lay down. He was a 100-pound black lab and just lay between us. And then he got up after a few minutes, and I not on purpose left space between my back and the headboard. And he just came up and came around and just plopped there. Like, I've got your back, Mom. And guess what? You can go now. I got her. And it was just like, she was 13 and she goes, "Good night, Mom." And I'm like, because I would usually have to sit there for an hour and hopefully go off and that she wouldn't wake up again. So he could detect a meltdown if she was having an over problem. She'd go, "Mom, why isn't he moving?" And I said, "Because he knows you need him for a minute." And he would take all of his 100-pound weight and just plop it right on top of her. And you could just see her whole face going, it was just this relaxing sigh. And but we don't want to get rid of Mocha. We've tried to rehome her for the past year, and we've not really gotten anybody to take her that we feel responsible enough to be able to say, yes, here she is, and you're going to have her forever, and she won't wind up in a shelter. Mocha was abused prior to us getting her, so I don't want her to ever go through that again. So she's a staffy. So in order to be able to have another dog in here, we got to make sure that it's trained properly so that they two can mesh together. And that's why we have to go privately versus non. Because it's like, we're not getting rid of her. She's a sweet dog.
Yeah, she's family.
Yeah. She's a sweet dog. She's just fearful.
Mm-hmm.
And I would be too after all the abuse she went through prior to us. She was about a year and a half after all she went through. And she it's so funny. She has a thing for guys in uniform. And our maintenance guy will come, and if he rings the doorbell and she's not on the leash, she will go up to the door, and you would think she's going to rip you from limb to limb. Ooh. She sounds so vicious. And yet she comes in, and once she sniffs and know who he is, she'll wag that little tail and she'll sniff all over him and want to lick him, and just like the biggest friend, of anything. But it's kind of like, I'm going to show you how big and bad I am first, because nobody's going to hurt me. So, but she's the sweetest marshmallow. She loves getting on the couch under the blanket with me, and she'll go under the blanket as I'm sitting there crocheting. She'll be under the blanket, and she loves her blankets, and she's a marshmallow. But she's got to show you how tough she is first, because she doesn't want to get hurt again. I don't blame her. She should have never been through what she had to go through, but
she's safe with you now, and that's what's important.
I'm too afraid if she was rehomed that at one point she'd be put in a shelter, and then all she would be is just in and out, because people wouldn't understand her, so she'd just be in and out. And then my ultimate fear would be that she would be put down because they would really misunderstood her. Yeah.
Yeah.
When we take her to the vet, it's a project. And it's taken us 2 years to get her to the point where the vet will we have a wonderful vet, and we'll take her, and they're not worried about her. But any kind of procedure, nail trims, any shots, anything, she has to be put asleep for a little bit to deal with any of it. She can't deal with it outside of that. But when we first brought her, we'd have to take her in the vet, take her to the back door. They'd let us in the back door. We put her on the table. We all hold her down and give her a shot in her backside so she would go to sleep. And that was the procedure to take this dog from nail trim. She's got a very expensive nail trim. It costs $90 to trim this dog's nails.
Oh dear. Yes. I've been in that situation where dogs don't want their paws touched, and yeah.
Oh, she'll do the polish. She just doesn't want the nail trim anywhere near it.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I've my mini husky didn't want you even touching her paws. She was like, no. And then, yeah, the nail trim was not happening. She was not aggressive at all, unless you had the clippers. And
Oh, she sounds aggressive. She's just not. But
yeah,
it's just that initial fear response. And the problem is that you've got a staffy, so people look at her and say, she's a staffy, she's a pit, so she's going
yeah,
to, no, she's not. They do not have lock jaws. They're, but with any dog, with any dog, you need to make sure that if you have young children, you're supervising them so they know how to interact with the dog appropriately. Even with Jordan, he was a black lab, but this dog would get into everything, into the trash can, into here. So if he wasn't being serviced by my daughter, he was in his crate. When we leave Mocha, she's put in a crate
yeah,
because she'd be in too much trouble if she wasn't.
right.
So, labs can bite if they're not underneath the right circumstance, or you're not monitoring them and, having the child maybe use them as a jungle gym and all that kind of stuff. You just need to be aware and, and socialize them to all you can do socialize them. Take them to the vet's office, let them feel the floor, take their paws, do all this kind of stuff, rub them, socialize them, take them to places, take every situation you can expose them to.
Yep,
Because if Mocha had been exposed right, she wouldn't be where she was.
right.
But she was taken from her mama, we feel probably too young, and she wasn't socialized. So you got a dog that's going to have problems with the rest of her life, but she's a love. Who's scared to death of flies.
Oh,
She'll hide under the bed.
no. Oh, no. That's
She's
cute.
yeah, and she's gotten 10,000 views on a short. Let me tell you, she's a superstar.
You guys want to get the views? Put the dogs. I can tell you, I put one yesterday morning, early yesterday morning, of Princess. Over 4,000 views already. And it's 15 seconds long.
Yeah.
And it's just her walking with her lamb chop in her mouth.
Yeah.
So yeah.
My mom called me.
We want to see cute dogs. Yes, we do.
My mom called me up she called me. She said, Mary, you got to look at this. I said, yeah. And she said, get your phone real quick, because she went out to use the restroom. And there she was in the middle, and I've got it on my channel, and she's just out there with all her this dog will not lay down very easily. She's all stretched out right in the grass going, I'm going to sunbathe. It was hysterical. And I got to make this into a short. It was adorable. Well, thank you, Brandon, for coming.
Yes, thank you, Brandon. Good night. And it is, wow, time does fly when we're having fun.
Yes, it does. It's almost 2:00 in the morning here.
4 hours. We've been hanging out, having the fun with the friends, and we still have 31 in the chats. Thank you guys. Thank you so much. But if you're ready, we can do like a little 5-minute warning.
Yep.
Talk about what's coming up on your channel. Thank you for sharing so much about, your ambitions and goals and all of the awesome things that you're doing with your channel. I'm so happy that I got to meet you and that you were able to come up today.
I'll
Thank
be
you,
glad
Mary.
to come on anytime. And you're welcome on my channel anytime, Dawn. And I just want to thank you. You're in my chat supporting us, and you're in other people's chats, and you're having small channels up here. And I just want to say it's really just so appreciated, I know, by the yarning community. And I know your struggles, and you're prayed for, believe me, because I know you have your difficulties, but you're showing you still can do it when you need to, but make sure you take care of yourself.
Thank you. Yeah, I have been sleeping a lot more and a lot better. So thank you guys for allowing me to have to get the rest I need. Thank you. Thank you for understanding. But I do I do pop in as much as I can, and I'm not going anywhere. I'm gonna do this as long as I can.
And those that are on your channel, you know, if you just go back and watch some of her old shows and old things on her channel, and maybe go back and watch some things, that also, when she is not she's having a day where she can't come on because of health issues, it helps to keep her in the algorithm. So that's a great way of supporting Dawn and helping to keep things relevant, is just to go back and watch, you know, a show, or just let it run in the background, and that helps to keep her relevant, all that kind of stuff. And if you're a small channel and you can share her on your community tab, our community tabs I think are underutilized, and we can share other channels that we really like. Let's put them on the community board. You know, that's the invitation you can send out.
That's excellent. And I would like you to use, this helps me remember to do this, even though I keep dropping the ball on it. Hashtag Go Support 2024, started by IBB Creates. That's an awesome hashtag to use when you do shout out anyone. Because we still got 6 more months of 2024, and I want her to finish strong. She really started the year really big with that hashtag, and I would love to keep that going. Also, Juan the Yarn Addict doing his Kindness Matters hashtag. I really like that. And Mary, I'm going to hold you to the hashtag Short Blessing. I really like that. I would love to see that be ongoing hashtag as well.
Like I said, anybody
does matter, and you are powerful, and I really want to support you as much as I can. So hashtags help.
Yes, they do. And my email address is underneath my description. So if you want to email me, you know, it has to be under the 59, short commercial. And if you go on my channel and you go on, you'll see other shorts. They're not fancy at all. Just was done through StreamYard. Just send a little, and I'll be glad to put it on mine and send mine yours, and you put it on yours. And I think it's just a great way to be able to do it. When you all take the time to hit the share button and post things, YouTube channels, or put them on your community post or whatever, and you hit that share, what you are doing is sending out an invitation for other people to come join the party. And you don't realize, I know not everybody, I've been on YouTube for years. I've never sent a super chat. I can't do that. But there's so many other ways you can help the people that are around you and that are giving content, because it's a lot harder than y'all think. Believe me, I'm like, it's a lot harder than you realize. But without even doing that, you can help other content creators just get themselves out there by taking a moment and sharing it on your Facebook, sharing it on your community tab, sharing it in social media. That's just as powerful as those super chats that come through. Watching them playlist is another thing you can do.
Yes, it is. And thank you, Mary. I really want to just see the people that want this to achieve that goal. So getting you guys the watch hours is what's most important to me at this point in my journey. But thank you. Yes, if you guys want to go back, and I know I need to do videos. This is where I fall short. That's my thing. I only wanted to do live streams, and so I do shorts to compensate for the fact that I haven't done videos. But I have people asking, but I wasn't here to do tutorials. That wasn't why I started. That isn't why I keep doing this. It's to make friends and to support people that want to do this. And I'm just very thankful that a lot of you choose to spend your time with us and give us this opportunity to just share the love. Honestly, share the love. Scott from Old Fart Gaming, he's the one who helped me get my 1K. He is also has a awesome hashtag. It's We Grow Stronger Together. I fully support that sentiment because the statistic that I heard is of the people who can produce art, only 10% of those actually get to. And I put us in the art community because I think that what we do is an art form.
Yeah.
So the fact that we are fortunate enough to be able to do that, because when I worked full time, I was not. I did not have the capacity to crochet or anything. I was a potato on the couch watching TV because I typed all day long and my hands hurt too bad. So short story, really long. We are stronger together, and that's another awesome hashtag
Absolutely.
and channel to check out if you guys want just to be around good, positive, fun people. Okay, so we're gonna wrap it up now, you guys. But thank you so much for being here. And Mary, what else you got coming up on your channel?
Just one quick thing. Just remember, this is Blessed to Crochet, but if you go to my channel, there's not tutorials and all that kind of stuff about crochet. It's one thing I'm passionate about, but if you're passionate about something, don't let it stop you from starting a channel. You can have a name like that, but and it's probably why I stuck with it and why we did, because I wanted people to realize, yeah, show what you're passionate about, but if you're going in another direction, you want to talk about other stuff, go ahead and do it. Well, we'll do Lighthouse Mondays on Monday. I kind of feel like all this week has been Saturday. I will be doing a topic Thursday tomorrow. So I do topic Thursdays on Thursday. It comes out on video. I do topic devotional Tuesdays. Those come out on Tuesday. I don't know after this. I'll probably be doing any live streams tomorrow. Tomorrow will probably be a rest day in crochet. But I've been doing Saturday evenings where Alfonso's been doing a concert on his channel, and what I do on my channel is just send people over to him for the support. And so that's what's in the works for right now. So, and I'll just pop on, come up with topics, and sometimes I will ripple off the lifeboat and we'll talk about things that are fun and some things that are difficult, but it's a safe place to just dump and have support and be here. And I'm looking for people that want to collaborate together. People that want to come on and take us a journey around their farm, or taking places, or that maybe do gardening or do inside gardening or what have you. I'm absolutely willing to do collaborations with other and other content creators. I think that's a great way. We call them field trips.
Yes, I love that.
So it's just a mishmash of a lot of things. And the thing I always say, people, is stay connected, because it can make a huge difference. And that's the focus of our channel, is to stay connected. Crochet is a passion of mine, and our tagline is, I'm blessed to crochet, but what are you blessed to do? So
I love that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just thankful for all the friendships. They've been amazing.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. And we will see you guys all in the YouTube streets later.
Yes.
The last thing that I want to end with is my favor. You guys, I ask you to take care of you for me, and I will take care of me for you. That's all I ask of you guys. All right. We love you.
Bye, everybody.
Good night.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you for coming.